Alright, we're back. So, we have things to do. Alright, we're just chilling, shooting the shit, but we have things to do with this here session of FF11. Other than listen to radical pirate music. So, I somehow... Yeah, look, the level 21 red mage with no sub job. So yeah, I need to fix that. I need help. So I'm not sure the best way to go about it, but I'm gonna try to enlist some help in getting my sub job items. All right. There's a couple of things I'd like to do today. 1, sub job items. 2, get some outpost teleports. 3, attempt to do my nation quest. We'll see how that goes. Or maybe we'll just get into a party and do some EXPing. Not really sure. Or we could have an endless load screen. Oh god. Oh god. Man, good luck, right? It might be the server again. Okay, real quick, while we're just sitting on this here black screen, the server... Yeah, it was the network. It was the network. So the server's been having a bit of issues, and they've been very fast to acknowledge what's going on. So apparently it's not the server itself. There's just some internet stuff going on. Like not everyone is experiencing these hiccups on the server. It appears to be like a routing issue, just affecting internet at large and how people connect to the server. So it's a little bit out of their hands, but it shouldn't be something that is permanent. Like it should eventually stop. And yeah, I do get, like, FF11 is an intimidating game, if you're not used to it. But it's also a game that, I don't know, like, if you're willing to commit to it, if you're willing to really get a good feel for it, I mean, you know, there's a reason, right? There is a reason that I find myself constantly coming back to it. You know, there is a reason I, like, since 2005, right? You know, every now and then I get the urge, and with private servers that are set to the classic version of the game, or some thing like it, yeah, there's a reason I just, you know, it's like coming home, right? So if you're willing to put in the time to kind of learn it and get a feel for it, I'd say the game will treat you well. It'll reward you for that effort. I know, right? Oh. I think it's just that there is a lot going on with this game, and there's a lot that, you know, you the player have to, you know, you have to kind of make the research, right? Like, as a new player, I guess it's easy to just look and think, well, what am I supposed to do, right? Like, what am I supposed to do? But I think the better way to look at it is, you know, what do I want to do? And then just figure things out, you know, as you go. Like, yeah, sure, there's a lot of things that'll help you to advance your character and all that, and, you know, eventually work towards them. But it's really the kind of game where, I mean, technically you don't have to do anything. You know, if you feel like it, you could just pick up a fishing pole and get to it. You know, make your riches fishing and, you know, just, I don't know, decorate your Mog house with lots of cool furniture, and, you know, maybe that's your game, right? I don't know. You can do whatever you want to do. So I think the best way to look at it is just don't feel, you know, don't feel pressured like you have to do anything. Now, certainly there's a lot of players who, you know, there's a lot of players who might disagree, who might try to nudge you, but really, it's just a do what you feel like doing kind of game. All right, so let's see. I'm not sure the best way to go about this, so I'm gonna shout. I don't know. What's the best way to phrase this? Ahoy! Can any fellow adventurers help with some sub-job items? I guess that's the way to say it, right? Gotta stay in character, all right? Gotta stay in character. I'm honestly not sure how far like I'm not sure how far the shout command goes exactly. Like I don't know if that's just area wide or if that's game wide. I'm honestly not sure. I think that's just area wide, which may not that may not get the people who can help get their attention, because most people that are in this zone, like people that are in this zone and they are higher level to help, they're probably busy. Like they're either actively in a party or they're actively farming the Valkurm Emperor. So they don't really, you know, they can't really help out even if they wanted to. But I'm not sure what this server uses for more region-wide, you know, like more worldwide messaging. I mean, every server's a little different on that. Sita. Look, I like to immerse. I like to roleplay. All right. Oh, there's one of the enemies I need for my sub-job items. It's level 19, has decent challenge, high defense. I could try to fight it, but I don't think that would go well for me. Like, I'm at a level now. I am at a level now where soloing gets hard. Like, from level 20 plus, soloing starts to get really, really hard, and enemies that, you know, even enemies that are lower level than you, they can still kick your ass. So, you gotta be careful. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep my party flag up, and if anyone's gonna team with me and or help me with my sub-job stuff, you know, we'll see about that. But I actually have other things I wanted to do. What I really wanted to do is to get some outpost teleports. All right. So I have the Ronfar teleport, right, and that's a good start. However, I would really like to get the Saruta Baruta outpost and the Gustaberg outpost. So if I look on my region map, yeah, down here. So Gustaberg and Saruta Baruta. I'd really like to get those in my outpost list. And that is going to be some travel. Like, I'll say that right now. That is going to be some traveling. All right. But it's traveling that's well worth it. Oh, also, because I think I was like not even level 15 right last time I did the stream, or maybe I was just 15, but I got some new job traits here. Yeah, so for like, you know, as you level, every 5 levels, you'll either get a job trait or a job ability. And I don't think I get any new job abilities as a red mage. But I have resist petrify, so it's a little harder to petrify me. I have fast cast, so that is the red mage's ability to cast spells like, I think it's like 10 or 15% faster than normal. You know, you won't notice it too much with just the first level, but it does shorten down your cast time. And then I got a little magic attack bonus. But But when it comes to attacking with offensive magic, Red Mage is, it doesn't really have a whole lot on Black Mage, alright? But hey, look, actually, you know what? This is an easier enemy. I would like to try my hand at some fighting. So I got a new spell, Thunder. So this makes fighting as a Red Mage a little bit more comfortable. Yeah, so now, whenever I attack, you notice that additional effect, right? Additional effect. The Night Bats take 2 additional points of damage. Yeah, so now, every time I attack, I do a little bit of lightning damage. Yeah, I do a little lightning damage with each strike. It's not much, it's not a huge damage increase, but it does up my damage noticeably. And it gives a cool effect, too. Yeah, my offensive magic still isn't the best. Still not the best. How much EXP have I got? Oh, that's not great. I just noticed. So here's the thing. You always want to have, like, 10% of your level in EXP. That way, if you die, you don't just get de-leveled. So, actually, before we go and do the things we want to do, let's maybe kill a few things and try to get that 10% EXP, right? So that if and when I die, we won't just see that level down, get that horrible sound effect, and feel bad about it, right? I like to call it my safety EXP, alright? Get that safety XP. But yeah, I have plans for today. We're doing productive things. Maybe also teaming again. Teaming is just fun. It's nice and fun and relaxing to me. But still, I want those outposts and I want my sub job. Okay, that's level 17. It has high defense. So high defense, Dia probably the better thing to use on. Oh, also, I noticed my Thunder is dropping very soon. Let's just refresh that. Man, back in the day, I really liked the Thunder effect. Like, it's just a little zap whenever you attack, but I don't know, it just felt so cool, right? Like, oh man, I got a lightning sword now. Also, I do want to bring this up, because I know Vexus is, like, you've chosen Black Mage, right? And I showed it in the Discord server, right? I was teamed up with someone, and, yeah, like, they were a Black Mage, and I'm a Red Mage, and we both cast the same spell, Arrow. But, like, the Black Mage did 3 times as much damage as I did. Same spell, just 3 times stronger. Ooh, man, I'm getting hurt a lot. But, like, you can see the difference in difficulty, right? Like, you know, back in the newbie zone, I was killing easy enemies just left and right, right? You know, they weren't giving me any problems. But now, an easy enemy, like, it's dealing a lot of damage to me, right? Like, it's really hurting me. And that only gets more pronounced as you level up more. Like, the enemies are gonna hit harder and harder. They're gonna have trickier attacks they can use. Like, things are gonna get difficult, and they're gonna require you to either have really good gear or to play really good, or both. Oh god, my accuracy. Oh right, they put blind on me. Yeah, that's why my accuracy is so shit. It's not just my skill and everything, it's that the enemy blinded me. Huh. I just look down to see, like, trouble doing what you think, what you want to do. I have that all the time. A common problem here. All right, let me rest up. That blind effect. Yeah, I'm looking at the log here. I missed a lot. I missed a lot. But just like 2 more kills should get me my my 10%. Yeah, I'd say like the hardest thing is always getting started, you know? Like, getting started with something is always the tricky part, but I mean, honestly, it's one of the reasons why I've kind of I'm often very unreliable on my stream schedule, shall we say. Even though I like doing it. Like, I really like playing games for the stream and to talk with everyone here. I really like it. But at the same time, I will often just get a little overwhelmed and think, oh man, I don't know, and then you just don't, right? So I've kind of found that if I want to do something, I kind of have to just jump in and do it, right? just jump in and do it. That gets past the initial, like, I don't know, that initial stress and anxiety. And once you're actively doing the thing, it's a lot harder to back out, you know? I guess you just sort of figure, well, I'm here now, so... Okay, that Starbat is a little higher level than I would like to fight. Now, do Starbats aggro? I'm honestly not sure if the Starbat is hostile or not. It's not, but it'll probably aggro if I attack like a bat-type enemy. It'll probably aggro with other bats. Oh, the bats disappeared because it's daytime now, so... Alright, let's see, let's bio that sand hair. Bio, and let's back it up a little bit, because I think goblins can spawn in this area. Alright, so I'm gonna try to land my poison on it. Okay, it's poisoned. Now, you know what? Blind was so good against me. Blind it. Yeah. How's it feel? Also, as an aside, you know, for the aspiring black mage, you know, a lot of black mages choose white mage as their secondary, or summoner, eventually. But red mage is a solid choice, just because it gives you more, it gives you a little more intelligence than white mage does. And more importantly, it lets you fast cast. Like, having the ability to cast faster, you know, to fit those timings, right? Very valuable. Yeah, again, look, it's such an epic struggle here, right? Like, I'm in an epic battle to the death with this rabbit, so, you know. Yeah, there we go. Bonk it on the head and it goes down. Oh my god, I am 1 EXP away. I am literally 1 singular EXP point away from having the amount I need. I might be able to fight something in the next area that's very weak, but will give me some credit. We'll see. God, I actually kind of really just like the music in this area, and it's new music, but like, I think they chose well. They made a good track here. Man, I feel bad though. I really do need my sub job items. But this is so like we're kind of hitting one of those first moments where if I want to really up my efficiency and be a valuable member of a party, I need my sub job. But I can't get the items on my own. The enemies are well, the enemies are actually about my level, and that's too high level for me to fight on my own. So I need help with it. All right, I don't know. I might be able to get a little more EXP in the next zone. We'll see. Also, so this is something I do like about this server, and most of the private servers for this game do it. You know, having level sync. They do put some limiters on it, like when you level sync down, if you're really level syncing beyond a certain point, you take a 50% EXP cut, which is significant, right? But it still lets you get EXP and level up. And that is very, very important. You know, not just so that you can play with your friends or to, you know, to just play with people in general, but it's important because, let me give an example of something. Alright, so this is an example of classic FF11 in a way that could have been improved back in the day. So let's say you're a warrior, right? Warrior is very equipment dependent, but like they need them stats, right? So let's say you're a warrior and you know, you get into a really good group in the dunes and you suddenly shoot from level 12 all the way up to level 20, right? Great group. But here's the thing, you didn't really get any money while you were in that group. You didn't get your sub-job items, you know, anything like that. So now, you're a level 20 warrior, but you have level 12 gear, you don't have the money to buy level 20 gear, and also you don't have your sub-job item, which, you know, maybe you can get help with that, but still. So now you're level 20, but you can't actually fight at level 20, right? You don't really have the ability to. So you're in a bit of a weird place where, you know, you kind of can't do much because anything you do with people your own level, you're not equipped to handle it, right? But you can't play you can't play at a lower level because there's no level sync. That was a problem that you would hit a lot of the time in the game. Like, oh god, that's level 19, wow. I didn't know enemies went that high in this zone. Yeah, damn, okay. These are weirdly higher level than the enemies in the dunes. Huh. What, I was not expecting that. I think these enemies are new, actually. Yeah, I think these are new enemies, because usually the enemies in this zone are not that high level. So they've added some new things in. I mean, I guess that's good, more things to kill, right? But yeah, I guess something to keep in mind is that in classic FF11, there was no level sync, so if you got into a weird situation where you gained a lot of levels, but you didn't have the gear to back it up, you just couldn't really play with anyone, you know? Like, not until you figured some way to grind more cash to, you know, to get money to buy the equipment you need. And that can still happen, it's just now, like, let's say I keep leveling up, I mean, I could just keep level syncing down, and, you know, I could play at a level where I do have equipment, right? Like, it's not ideal, and it's gonna be slow as hell, but but I could kind of keep playing at a level where I actually have the equipment for it. Oh yeah, like ageism but with levels. Oh. Alright, so just need to kill one more hare. It's got very high defense. Well, better make sure it's properly debuffed. So the only thing that didn't hit was my poison. Poison's actually pretty good, so I want to make sure that actually lands. Oh crap, I forgot to end spell my weapon. Shit. Yeah, that I might not be able to pull that one off. Yeah, man, I forgot to end my weapon. That's a good chunk of damage I'll be missing out on. God, it hits hard. I think I need to bio it, like... Yeah, I need to lower that damage down. Even if just a little bit. Yeah, also the ground is just white. That's the... like... Okay, so the idea that they're going for is that... And this is just always been this way. The dunes, like, it's a white sands dune, and at the height of day, like when there's a lot of light, the light reflects on the dunes so hard that it just looks white. That is the idea here. Oh God. The blind! The blind! Nice! He fell over and died because of poison. Alright. Okay, so we have our 10%. If I die, I won't get deleveled. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. Okay, so procedure is we're gonna go back to Sandoria. We're going to, well, actually, first off, let's rest a little bit. Then again, you know what? The enemies in this zone, I should be able to run from them. Like, they shouldn't be so high level that that they'll kill me as I run away. And I can probably fight them anyway. Maybe just give myself a heal. Just so my HP isn't in the yellow. I should be okay. Yeah, I think the effect is maybe not done perfectly, I will admit, but I think I get what they're going for with the blinding white sand dunes. I guess I get what they're going for. It's just always looked really weird, and the thing is, it's not always like it's not always blinding white. Like, at nighttime, you can clearly see the color and texture on the sand. On cloudy days, you can clearly see the color and texture. It's just when the sun is high, it's just blinding, and yeah, that's a little weird. So constantly checking map. Let's see, do I have the, I'm wondering if I have the, I don't think I got the Dem Crystal, did I? I don't think I got that. Key items. I think that's a permanent item. No, I don't have it. So, there's, yeah, so okay, if I want to either be a white mage that learns the teleport spell, or I want to get teleported, I need to have the teleport crystal for the crag of Dem, crag of Hala, crag of I forget what the M, it starts with an M, but I forget what it's called. It's the one over in Taru land. You can see I don't go there very often. Nope. But yeah, I don't know, I don't really plan on getting teleported anytime soon, so I'm just not gonna, like, I don't know, I don't really want to go out of my way to get the crystal right now. Because if you look, like, I'd have to take a little bit of a detour to go over there, and I'd rather not. I'd just rather not. Yeah, like this nice open field area. I'm pretty sure if I up the draw distance a little more, it would look even nicer. But I don't know. I'm happy with this draw distance. I'm okay with it. I think it's more than good enough, right? I don't know. Let me just, like, look. We're gonna be walking across this field for a little while. Let me just see, right? How does it look? Slash draw distance. Set world 3. Ooh. I mean, a lot just popped in right there. Set world 2. 1. Oh yeah, look, 1, ooh. 2, 3. I don't know, I think 3 is fine, right? 3 is good. Like, I don't want to get rid of the atmospheric mood fog, alright? Like, if you set the draw distance too high, it kind of pushes the fog back. Like, every time you up the draw distance, the fog gets pushed further back. I want atmospheric fog. Okay, like, I like the fog. So, I think this is good. Yeah, look, I can see way into the distance. I think this is perfect, right? This is perfect right here. I like that. Yeah, I will admit, like, I've run into that before, like on the other server that on Eden, like playing as Bestock on Eden, I ran into that problem a few times where I really, really wanted the teleport for a certain region, but like Sandoria was just always in control. I don't know what it is, but people really like Sandoria. Like, they really like it. And I guess I can't really say anything, right? I went Sandoria, but I think it really is just the power of a good generic fantasy kingdom, right? Like, it is your average goodly hero fantasy kingdom. And I think there is a certain appeal in just having that comfortable blanket, right? Like with Windurst, I mean, Windurst, I mean, I don't know, you're living in a you're living in a gnome wizard controlled society. All right, they've got their own little imperium over there, with cat girl slaves, but like, I don't know, it's weird over there, right? And then you've got Bestock, and I like Bestock. You know, it's great. I love the theming. A very industrial nation. It's a good pick, but at the same time, it's a very brown, gray place. It's not really very pretty to look at. And you take Sandoria, and I mean, look, you've got these nice lush fields and everything. Like, it's a very beautiful place to just start the game in, and it's a generic fantasy kingdom, so it's got that going for it. Oh, I know the elves. Look, it's fine. All right. They may have Slenderman proportions, but it's fine. It does feel a little weird at times, though, being a human character in Sandoria, because it does kind of feel like you're a little bit of an outsider. Because all of the NPCs are elves, and all the story characters are elves, and you know, everybody's always they're just craning their necks down to look at you whenever they talk to you. But I don't know, Sandoria is alright. It's alright. Alright, so let's see. I want to check something. How much conquest points do I have? I got 2,500. Nice. I'm gonna need to spend some of that just to get around. Alright, back in the Ronfar. Alright, yep, cast Signet on me. So now that I'm level 20, I can freely teleport to and from all of the outposts that are in the kind of level 20 and under bracket. So yeah, if I wanted to, I could go to the outpost here, and I could have them warp me directly into Sandoria. But that would probably be a really big waste of money and or conquest points. I mean, I'll take a quick look and see how much it costs, but pretty sure that would be a waste. Like, I'm lazy, don't get me wrong, alright? I'm pretty damn lazy, but I don't think I'd want to spend more than like 100 gil or 100 conquest points. If it's 100 or less, I'll do it. I've got 4,000 gil, which isn't a lot. But I do have 2,500 conquest points, and I'm gonna get a ton more once I hit rank 2. Fellow player. It's always just kind of fun to just see fellow players just going around doing their thing. Alright, let's see how much it costs. Also, Dragoon. Oh, lots of people out here. Huh. Yeah, I like the look of the little wyvern that they get. I think it looks pretty cool, right? Good detail on it. Oh hey, it's Hobbit. I remember seeing that guy yesterday, right? Like, we saw him, like, I think hanging out in front of Sandoria yesterday. What's this guy selling? He's set up shop here. Oh my god! He's selling things for 99,999,000 gil. No thank you. Okay, so, how much does teleportation cost? 200 gil or 200 conquest points. I mean, like, the town is just right over here, right? It's just right over here. That's a little too much. It's a little too much for me to pay. I totally would have paid 100, but 200 is too rich for me at this point in time. Oh yeah, this reminds me, so player bazaars, right? So earlier when I was in that insane leveling group, a little Taru dressed very fancy. He just wandered up to the group at random, and he declared himself a traveling merchant carrying goods and wares and things for your everyday adventuring needs. He pulled up a chair and just sat there, and And he just had like all kinds of food and potions and arrows, you know, basic adventure supplies, right? And apparently that's his grift, is he just goes from zone to zone, declaring himself a traveling merchant and having supplies that people really might need at the moment, like, you know, ninja powders for ninjas, arrows for rangers, etc. And and just sets up shop like right where people are out leveling. And that's how he does his money. Because of course he charges more than normal for the convenience, of course. But I gotta be honest, I kind of love it. Like, it really is something that could only happen in a game where the world is so big and not really, you know, like, you can't really easily fast travel around it, right? And because of that, yeah, he could just set up shop and sell things at a premium. But I like that. That's a good bit of that player immersion that we were talking about earlier. Like, just traveling player merchant. You don't see that. You don't see that anymore. Alright, here's where I want to go in Sandori. So I want to take a supply quest. And also, I guess I want to go back to Selbina. I want to go back there. So I'm gonna do a little bit of the cheese, and in order to get back to Selbina, which Selbina is halfway to Bastok, right? So in order to get there quick, I'm gonna go to the Mog House, and I'm gonna switch out to a level 1 job, and just, you know, die to a tunnel worm, as you do. And that'll send me back to Selbina when I'm ready. But once we go down to Bastok, and we get the outpost teleport, once we do that, like, we'll be able to quickly, you know, we can go to the outpost and just warp back home. So it won't be that hard to get back. And that's kind of how it goes. The more outposts that you collect, the more fast travel points you unlock, the more easily you can get around the world quickly, you know? And that's important. Alright, so I would like to go on a supply quest. Yeah, I'd like to go on a supply quest to... Yeah, let's hit up Gustaberg first. I think that's a good one to start with. And then I also want Saruta Baruta, but I'd have to take the boat for that, and I can do that later, I guess. So, Gustaberg. Alright, got my supplies. But there's things I need to do in town. I have town business to attend to. Let's see, I think I have some hair meat to sell. Oh, I've got the crab apron. That is one of the 3 sub-job items I need. I got that just fighting with people in a team, you know, we just got that. Alright, so I am level 21. There are a lot of spells that I don't have. Like, I mean lots of spells I don't have. And I don't think I can really afford to get them all, but there's some spells that I really want, and they take priority. So, scrolls, white magic. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of new spells to get, but I'm looking for some more specific spells. Ooh, regen, very nice spell. Here's what I need, sneak. It's only 400 gil. I will take that. So, okay, so here's the thing. Getting around in this game can be hard, okay? It can be hard. But, things like sneak oils and prism powders, you know, things that Like, there are items that give you sneak, that give you invisible. That's how most people get around, is they use those items. However, if you are a red mage or a white mage, or you have those jobs subbed and you're high enough level, you can cast those spells just on your own for free. So if you want to get around, a good idea is to be either a red mage or a white mage. You know, or have access to it, at the very least. Alright, and there is there's Deodorize. So, there aren't really any enemies that detect by smell, but it determines an enemy's ability to track you. So, like, if an enemy attacks you, and you run away from it, and you manage to get some distance on it, like maybe you bound the enemy for a bit, or something like that, normally the enemy will smell you out, and it can follow you no matter where you go. But if you have deodorant cast on you, the enemy can't track you. So instead of following you to the ends of the earth, it'll give up and just go back to its spawn point. Handy little tip there. Alright, so I got the main spell I needed. Oof! Regen costs 8,000 gil. Well, I guess I'm not getting that spell. There's some other end spells. End Thunder is all I really need for right now. So I'm only worrying about that right now. Bar Sleep is incredibly valuable. Mostly in a party. Alright, Bar Poison. Yeah, Bar Poison, also very valuable. So these just, they don't make you immune to these effects, but they give you a heightened resistance. So the chance of resisting is much higher. And even if you don't resist, you generally don't get hit as hard for as long. Okay, that's a little expensive. I'm going for the cheaper spells, alright? I'm going for the cheaper spells I know I can just get and use. 3,000 gil for Bar Fire. Silence! Silence is very important. And it's only 500 gil. Okay, I'll take it. Yeah, being able to silence spellcasters needed. I don't know how I missed Paralyze. Yeah, somehow I just didn't get Paralyze. Let's fix that. Okay, Shell. Like, there are so many spells that I need. The Shell costs more money than I have, unfortunately. Unless I can get it cheap, like unless someone put it up for less money than it's actually worth. Nope. Okay, so no Shell for me. Alright, so I could not buy all the spells I needed, so I literally can't buy all the spells I need. But I got a lot of good spells. So Paralyze and Silence, I should write macros for those and have them on my bar at all times. Bar Sleep and Bar Poison, those are not spells that I would, like, I wouldn't put them on my hot bar, or my macro bar. I wouldn't do that because it's very situational, you know? I'd just use that from the menu. And then Sneak. That's another one to have on the bar. Okay. So I'm gonna use a second book for this one. And I'm gonna put Sneak right there and make a good macro for it. So /MA, Sneak. And then on the target. Alright, like Sneak isn't something you're gonna use in combat or anything, so it's it can go on its whole other bar, right? Alright, now, let's see, I got Paralyze and Silence. I think I have Bind too, right? Bind is black magic, so God, I got a lot of spells I gotta get. Alright, so let's see, I'm just gonna push all of these back one. Poison, wait, hold on. Poison is where it should be. Okay, so we'll do paralyze here. Let's call it para. You don't have much space there. Okay, so paralyze, very important. And then after slow, I'd put... God, my bar is already filling up. My bar is already filling up. Silence. Okay. And then... bind. I don't have it yet, but we're gonna have it. So, bind. Okay, so God, I have just used up all of my bars here. I probably don't need to have all of these things on my hotbar. Like, admittedly, some of these are situational. Like, you don't need silence unless you're going up against a spellcaster. Slow is nice, but it's not like, it's not a critical debuff, not really. Blind, that one's pretty critical. Paralyze, also pretty critical. But poison, I mean, you know, sometimes it's good, sometimes not. Like, a lot of spells are very situational. And the ones that are super situational, I tend to just keep those, you know. I keep those just in my list, and I use them as needed. And we got fire, that is only 900 gil. I'll take it. Gravity. Ooh, okay, this is a nice one. So gravity weighs an enemy down, lowers its movement speed. And it costs 13,000 gil. Yeah. Alright. Blaze spikes. 8,000 gil. Okay, bind. That's the thing I wanted. That is only 80 gil. Alright, and that's about all I can buy right now. I can't, there's other things I certainly want, but I can't make use of them yet. Alright, so I got bind and fire. Now, I'm just gonna auto-sort my magic list so it's a little more organized. I'm not gonna put fire on my bar just yet because where I'm at in the game, more often than not, I'm going to be level syncing down, and when I level sync down, I can't use those, you know, those higher spells. So I'm just gonna keep my bar as it is for now on that. But having the ability to bind enemies, that's pretty important. Like that can save a party from a wipe. All right. Okay, so I got that done. Next thing to do, let's hit the Mog House. So, I know we do a lot of, like, inventory management, auction house stuff, spell management. Like, item management is a large part of this game, and I know some people hate it. It's a little much, right? But, I don't know, for me, I kind of look at it in, I guess, the more traditional adventure sort of way. I look at it like, okay, I'm an adventurer, and as you know, life is hard for an adventurer who isn't anyone special. You know, like, a rabbit of unusual size could just walk all over you. So when I go out on an adventure, I need to be as prepared as I can possibly be. Like, I need to be 100% ready for whatever might come at me. And I consider all of this prep work to be sort of like, you know, packing your gear in the backpack before you go on a hike or something, right? This is the adventure prep. And for me, that's an important step. It helps to immerse me. I know some people, it's just busy work, but I mean, to me, I'm thinking. I'm using my brain, so it's not busy work. Alright, so let's see. I got my Willow on, my Legion Staff. I'm still gonna keep, like, yeah, keep all that on me. But I have a ton of Earth Crystals and all that. not gonna do anything with that. Oh, also, I still have this Royal Footman's Tunic, which, again, like, I can totally buy another one. You know, if, I forget if Vex has said it or not, but, like, I could just mail this item over to him. Because I don't need it. I have my int cap from Bestock. Alright, let's see. So, fire crystals. I can sell fire crystals. I can, yeah, I have a lot of fire crystals to sell. I'm gonna keep those. Hold on, let's sort that inventory. Okay, so the fire crystals we sell. The dark crystals we sell. Oh god, I have a lot of fire crystals. I completely forgot that I have so many. Also, this is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's a little... Okay. I got too many crystals, maybe. Maybe got too many crystals. Alright, is there anything else that I want to hold on to? Not really. Not at the moment. Not at the moment. So, okay, I'm gonna sell all those things on the auction house so that we get the money we need to actually, you know, buy those spells that I can't afford. Alright, so change job to... It really doesn't matter. We're literally going to die and immediately teleport to Selbina. So, Black Mage, I'd probably die the fastest as a Black Mage, so... Ooh, Conquest update. This region is currently neutral. All 3 nations are at a deadlock. Bestock and Windurst are currently allies! Oh no, they're teaming up against us! I'm not sure that the tutorial stuff, like, I think the Raising Earring might be out of era? That might be? I'm not sure, but either way, I don't know, I wouldn't really follow the tutorial quests, because I don't think they really tell you anything about the actual game that you need. Like, I really would just play it the way that we all played it back in the day, which is just, yeah, you know, go out, kill stuff, get EXP and money, and, you know, like, kind of learn from your fellow player and just learn as you go and all that. Like, I think that's kind of really the ideal way to do it. But I do think the, like, the adventure coupon, that's something that was added to the game much later. Like, when I played back in the day, like back in 2005, there was no adventure coupon. So that's definitely something that came later. But alright, gonna sell my junk on the auction house, and then I'm gonna just run out and die. Gonna fist fight a worm or something and die. And that'll, I got the supplies to take down to Gustaberg, so yeah, we'll die. That'll take us back to Selbina. I'll put my gear back on, and then I can walk the rest of the way to Bestock. Well, we're not gonna go all the way to Bestock. We're only going to go as far as we need to go to get to a, you know, a conquest guy. And maybe pick up the teleport crystal for Dem. That might be a good idea, too. Like, today, we've got goals. We're very goal-oriented today, alright? Ooh, man, shit's selling good. Oh, okay, Beksun. All right, so that's the character name. I'll send you the mage robe that I've got. I'll send you that in a second. Actually, I can send it to you from the Nomad Moogle in Selbina, I think. So okay. But right now, oh, I'm locked into the auction house. So let me sell all of my junks. Which, yeah, you'll notice, God, it's a good thing no one playing knows that I'm streaming. And see, this is why I don't announce it. Like, I think they have a thing on their Discord where you can be like, hey, yeah, I'm streaming your server. But I'd rather not, because, yeah, look, then people would know I'm selling my crystals for just 1,101 gil. They could snipe my auction listings. Yeah, so, okay, look, I guess the secret's out of the bag. You know how I play the auction game now. Like, I see that, okay, 1,200 is the common. Well, a lot of people, they might bid for 1,100. Well, 1,101. Not many people will do that. Ooh, dark crystals have value. They got value. I'm honestly, I'm so poor that, like, I'm happy with getting just 3,000 gil, so I'll take that. Alright, and that is, okay, that's good. I wonder, how much money is the Legionnaire cap worth? 1,000 gil. Not much. I guess just try not to get overwhelmed. I think, I don't know, I can only say that a lot of people I've seen that get really overwhelmed, they maybe overthink it a little bit. And also maybe they feel pressured that, like, they have to do certain things, and just realize you don't have to do anything. You know, there's no rush to get to quote-unquote end game. Which, I'm gonna say this, right? For as long as I've been playing FF11, for as much as I know about the game, I have never gotten higher than level 60, and level 75 is the classic level cap. So, like, I've never seen endgame, and I love this game, and I've been playing it for so long. It's just, the reason I've never gotten that endgame is because either A, I'm changing servers, so I'm starting over a lot, or B, I just sorta, like, I just have fun. Like, I have fun fishing and doing the lower end, you know, the burning circle trial fights and stuff. Like, I just immerse myself in the game, and I never really feel a need to go higher. Like, you know, there's just so much fun to be had, I just don't worry about it. And I think that's a healthy way to look at it. Alright, so I do have a little cash, and I will have more once all that stuff sells. So I'm gonna go ahead and buy maps for a bunch of areas that I will want. Now, I will want that map of Davoy and Carpenter's Landing, but they do cost a bit of money. So, yeah. Alright, I think I got everything I wanted, right? I could get an instant warp scroll if I felt like it, but I don't feel like it. Alright, let's go out into the world. Which, oh yeah, one piece of advice. The gate guards are your friend. Both the one, you know, the one that gives you missions, and the one that, you know, casts Signet on you, which you need to get crystals. And also, the one that casts Signet on you, yeah, like, he lets you buy stuff with your conquest points. He lets you go on supply quests. There's lots of good stuff at the town guards. Lots of good stuff in there. Punch. This is Black Mage combat right here. Oh man. I just need this rabbit to kill me. Maybe I should attack multiple, like, hold on, maybe attack multiple things. Like, I really need to die right now, so, I need to die faster. Alright, there we go. Okay. So that is the Death Express right there. Alright. Oh yeah, I can take my party flag off too. Take that off. Yeah, I mean really, like why not, right? Like equip a level 1 job and then yeah, it's a free teleport. It's a free teleport back to my home point. Alright, and now here we switch back over to Red Mage. And it's even so kind as to automatically equip all of my stuff. Alright, so let's see, in my storage save. Alright, yeah, I got this Royal Footman's Tunic. It's level 10, but good stuff. Good stuff for a black mage. It's also a good, it's not just good for black mages, it's also good if you want to use a bow and arrow, because it gives +1 int, but it also gives +1 agility, which is what you use to fire a bow. So it's actually, it's very multi-purpose. Alright, so character, okay, got the name, and let's, delivery box, send. So it was Bexon. Okay. So this is all stuff to... Yeah, so Burn, you still haven't collected. Oh. Yeah, look, this is one thing. Yeah, like, it kind of takes up slots. So, like, if somebody doesn't take the stuff, like, it's just sitting here. And, I can't... Yeah, like, it's sitting there taking up a slot. That's, kind of a weirdness of how the system works, but I guess it's that they don't want items to be like in transit forever, you know? They want people to claim that shit. Alright, so, okay, I got my supplies, I got my sneak, hold on, yeah, sneak, got it. So we're gonna sneak our way on down to, I guess, let's see, I think I only need to go as deep as the Highlands. I think there's an NPC there, but I'm not sure. Could be wrong, I'm not sure. Let me see. I'm not sure if what region that's counted as being in. No, the Highlands is still in Zulkheim. So if we want Gustaberg, we've got to go. Like we have to go into Gustaberg. So that's gonna suck. All right. Well, let me cast Sneak so that stray undead monsters won't attack me. Alright, so I am now silent, so nothing will attack me based on sound. But here's the thing, and again, playing this game, you gotta get used to it. So some enemies detect by sound, some by sight, some by magic, some by blood. So, yeah, you kind of have to, like, as you play, you'll get a feel for it, but you have to get a feel for, like, what enemy types detect by what thing. Like, goblins. Goblins detect by sight. So, if you go behind them, they won't see you. Ghouls, like this guy, he attacks by blood and by sound. So, since I have sneak on, I can run right in front of him, he won't see me. But that goblin, even though I'm sneaking, if I go in front of him, he will attack me. And then some enemies don't aggro at all, so, you know, you gotta get a feel for it. But to me, that's always been kind of part of the fun of this game. Like, if you really know your way around the enemies in this game, you can kind of save money and or time by just like okay, this enemy, they're all by sight, so all I gotta do is walk directly behind them and I'm a-okay. I can sneak through, right? Or, oh, I know these enemies are sound, so I only need to cast sneak or use a sneak oil. I don't need to also use a prism powder or an invisible spell. Or in the case of elementals, it's, oh yeah, these enemies will only attack if I cast magic in their vicinity. So as long as I don't cast spells around them, we're cool, right? Now, early on, what this means is you'll probably be consorting with the wiki a lot. Like early on, yeah, you'll probably just be consulting that wiki a lot to just get a quick check on things, and that's fine. But after you do that a couple times, you'll start remembering what does what, and you won't have to anymore. And I still consult a wiki sometimes, but like, stuff like goblins, oh man, I've been killed by them so many times, I know exactly what's up. Which, by the way, there's some goblins that you gotta sneak by here, and it's always a little bit iffy on if I can do that. Yeah, that goblin right there. That goblin. Like, he's in a really, really tight spot. I'm gonna put sneak on. But I need him to turn around. Yeah, I really needed him to turn away from me so I can get in there. The thing is, a lot of enemies like to just randomly turn around. Like, there's so many enemies in the game that, for no seeming reason at all, they like to just flip around and do a gotcha. Not great. Oh my god, I love people's names. Gigalarge, Hung Solo. I just love people's names. They pick the absolute dumbest names, and I appreciate that. You, sir, are doing a service. Alright, so we're gonna have to... So to get to the NPC, we're basically gonna have to almost go all the way into Bastok, almost. So this is gonna be quite a walk, but I like the way I look on this is, like, yeah, this is taking a lot of my time, right? Like, it's gonna take a lot of time to walk all the way over to Bastok, and then when I want Saruta Baruta, it's gonna take a while to, to do that too, right? But here's the thing, once I do it, and I get these teleports unlocked, as long as I have either the money or the conquest points, I can just freely teleport between my hometown and the outpost. It's a two-way street, so it really opens up the doors to traveling quickly. It's kind of a run that you have to make, but you don't have to make it every single time. Like, we walk now so we can run later, I guess. And it is kind of funny that I'm generally very anti-teleports. Like, I generally don't really like... I don't like games that just let you fast travel whenever and wherever you feel like. I mean, I understand that the way some games are designed, you kind of need that. But I feel like it generally cheapens a game world. It makes it feel much smaller than it really is. Like, I kind of really don't like the teleporting that's done in Final Fantasy XIV. To me, that doesn't really feel earned. And I think it's because, you know, not only do you have the teleports, but you've got, like, from a very low level, you've got mounts, you've got flying, like, there's so many ways to just zoom around the world, that adding teleports on top of that, it just feels almost, I don't know, it's like there's not really much real distance between anything, you know? Alright, so in this zone... Yeah, in this zone, it's more or less in the way to go to the Crag of Dem. Like, it's more or less on the way to where we need to go. Oh look, a Greater Quadav. Yeah, so this is the Beastman for this region. We're in Bastak's backyard now. So yeah, the Quadav Turtlemen. They are the Beastmen for Bastak. We get orcs, they get turtlemen. And the Windurstians, they get birdmen. I don't know, honestly, out of all the enemies, I kind of prefer the Quadav. I think mostly I like them because they have very expensive turtle shells. Like, their shells are made out of dark steel, so when you kill them, there's a chance you'll get a dark steel shell, and it sells for a lot of money. No, look, teleporting, yeah, teleporting should be a, it should be a thing you really, really gotta earn, alright? And or it should have some intense consequences. Man, I love how impressive the crags look even now. Like, I think this is one of the first things in the game. You know, when you go into either the plateau or the highlands or... God, what do they have on the other end? I forget what it's called. But when you go into those areas and you just see this massive structure, right? Just this gigantic white bone-looking structure. It just dwarfs everything around it, and I mean, your first thought is like, okay, what's that for, right? And you'll find out what that's for. It's for a lot of things. But for right now, the only thing we're concerned with is the teleport. We want to get the teleport crystal. Alright, so I believe this is the right place to go. I believe. Yep. Okay, obtained key item, Dem Gate Crystal. Dem Crystals. So, okay, I got the crystal, so now, if I level up White Mage to about 37 or 38, I can teleport to this place if I do the quest to get the teleport. Or, alternatively, if a white mage player, if a different white mage wants to teleport me here, they can do it. They can do that now. But you gotta have the teleport crystal. And I understand why they do it this way. They do it this way so that I can't just, like, you know, I can't just be a low-level player and have some high level just, you know, pick me up and carry me wherever I want to go in the world. They do it for that reason. You know, you've got to earn the right first before you can do that. Oh. Look, it's all about Dem crystals, okay? It's Final Fantasy, so literally yes. Ugh. Ooh, Greater Quadav just standing there. I could probably fight him. I'm pretty sure I can fight him if I want to. Don't really want to, but I could if I needed to. Alright, so I think we gotta go up this way. Oh, a little too steep. And let me just, I should have a good view from here. Yeah, look at that. Man. So, like, as a kid, I always wondered, like, what's at the top of that thing? And I have no idea. Although I don't think that's, like, it kind of looks like a window, right? Or a big door, but I don't think it is actually a big window or door. And later on, as part of the Chains of Promathia expansion, you get to go inside those things and see exactly what is in them. And it's not what you think it is. Yeah, I have to live up to my role as an anime protagonist. I mean, look, I got the blue hair and everything, right? Which I love that they added more options to character creation. And I love that, I love that blue anime hair for humans is what they added for that race. I really love that. They didn't add blue hair for any of the other ones, I don't think. I know elves get green hair. And I think Taru get like a weird multicolor rainbow hair. But yeah, humans get the blue anime protagonist, and I appreciate that. I really do. Well, that's a different kind of anime. All right, that's a different genre there. All right, so this area, it's pretty straightforward. I shouldn't be able to get lost until we get past the big open area, but I am the type of player to always consult my map because I do get lost very easy. Which I know, right? I played games like EverQuest that didn't have maps. But I still made maps, and you bet I'd be, you know, constantly referencing them. All anime, it's just the same thing. You point to two pictures of two different anime, and to Sito, it's the same picture. Like, look, Final Fantasy, Dragon Ball, some harem anime, it's, you're showing me the same thing. God, remember harem anime? I think I've only really watched one that you could classify as that. Like, look, I think everyone back in the day when there wasn't really that much anime to go around, you know, we were drip-fed anime, you know, from Toonami. I liked Inuyasha, right? And that gets into elements of harem anime in a way. And then there's another show, I'd say Inuyasha gets into elements of it, but it's not quite there, not quite. But then there's another one, which is, what was it, Tenchi Muyo? That just straight goes there. But a lot of anime, even if they're not harem animes, they tend to have tropes from it. Like another good one would be, I guess, Outlaw Star, and that most certainly has elements of harem anime, but it's not a harem anime. But the elements are there, right? Well, in Persona 3, there were consequences to dating multiple people. Like in Persona 3, you could actually get a broken social link, and like you couldn't fix that. It's just S-link broken, right? If you cheated and got caught. So I guess the lesson there is don't get caught. No, there are. Like, I played Persona 3, and in Persona 4 you can't break social links as far as I know. But in Persona 3 you can actually get like a broken social link. That is a thing that can happen in 3. And I guess if you think about it, I mean, there are a lot of extra social links. Now, okay, to be fair, I don't believe you can get a broken social link in Persona 3 with a main character. You know, like the best girls, right? You, as far as I know, because of plot reasons, you cannot get a broken link with them. But all of the side characters that you can romance, and there's a lot of them, you know, the ones that aren't in your party, yeah, you can get a broken link with them. Ah, okay, so you get a reverse link, but you can undo it. Okay. My understanding was that you couldn't undo that, or that it was tricky. But, I mean, technically that is a consequence, right? Like, that is a consequence for your actions. It might be a consequence that you can walk back, but it's something you have to waste time on, right? In Persona 4, you don't even get that. Also, popping some water real quick. Need more water. Eh. Like, as far as I know, in Persona 4, I don't think you can even get the reverse social link. Like, I don't think that's even a thing in 4. So that would be completely consequence-free. Alright, so let's see, we delivered the supplies to this area, but in order to actually teleport back home, so to teleport back home, we need to go to the outpost. Also, let's take a moment, shall we? Look at that. Okay, look, that waterfall, if you ask me, that waterfall actually looks pretty damn good. And let's see, you've got like this whole... Yeah, you've got like a stream going below. I mean, of course, we're so high up we can't really see detail on the stream, you know? You can see it moving a little bit. Yeah. But, I don't know, you ask me, that is a gorgeous waterfall right there. Like, people will often make the joke, oh, that's some PS2 water right there. Yes, that is in fact PS2 water, and it honestly looks good. I see. So in Persona 5, they actually enforce it, like, that, you know, you can't just... I gotta play 5 sometime. I really, really would like to play Persona 5, and I would like to make it a stream thing, too. But oh no, I will actually have to choose which waifu is best? Oh no. Like, look, I thought Persona was all about being a complete sociopath and manipulating everyone around you. I thought that's what Persona is all about. Alright, so, okay. We just need to get to the outpost and then we're good. But, see, yeah, I talked earlier, but, like, I like the idea of Bastok. I like this, I like the kingdom of Bastok, right? It's great, but God, this is just brown. It's brown and gray. And it makes sense because it's supposed to be like a barren, mountainous region, right? It makes sense that it's really brown and gray. And that the only trees are dead. Okay. You know, they're either dead or just barely hanging on. Okay. But man, it doesn't look very exciting. Gotta admit. Alright, no, I don't really need to worry about Signet for a while. Alright, so I'd like teleportation, please. 200 gil or conquest points. I'm gonna go with the conquest points just because I'm a little gil poor right now. I'm a little poor for the gil at the moment. Yeah, that's kind of... It's an unfortunate state of affairs, but it's kind of how games like that tend to work. If they have lots of characters you can socialize and romance and befriend and all that, it tends to work out that it just becomes like... to get like the best outcome, you basically have to just tell all the characters exactly what they want to hear, even if it directly contradicts things you've said to other characters before. You know, and you have to manipulate them, and if there's romance, you gotta romance everyone, and of course lie about it to not get caught or whatever. Like, it's one of those weird, I guess it's just a consequence of sacrificing certain things for gameplay, right? Like, this is the gameplay, and you need to play the game, so I guess I need to be a sociopath. That's what it kind of melts down to. Oh, I never noticed there's no, like, Mass Effect didn't have that. Gotta think on that now. Oh, you found the Moogle house! Oh, good for you. I'm about to go to mine. I mean, the easy way to find the Mog house is, I mean, when you open up the map, like, it's the residential area. You know, it's that little key symbol and the blue arrow pointing into residential area. There is a, I don't know it in Sandoria, but in every starting town, there is a quest you can do that will unlock the ability to teleport between the different Mog house exits. Like there's a Mog house in each district. If you don't want to walk to each one, there's a quest you can do that will unlock the ability to just choose which district you want to exit into from your Mog house. It saves a ton of time going around town. I really should do it myself, but I don't know offhand what the quest is in Sandoria. I'll have to wiki it later. There's lots of fun little things like that. You'd never know unless you either looked it up or asked someone. I don't think I have mark. Oh, well, now my map is just the Mog house. Give me a sec. I just want to check my delivery box and see if my stuff's sold. Oh yeah, big money! 9,000 gil. Everything I put up on the auction house has sold. That feels really good. And that's how you know this server has a very nice, healthy player base. Alright, one sec. I'm just gonna change job back to Black Mage. Yeah, change job back to Black Mage. And then exit out, and then I'll look at my map again. But like, I don't have any special markers on my map, but I mean, like... Oh, which by the way, have you figured out how to zoom your map out? Because I know the map starts very zoomed in. So like when I open up my map, it's zoomed out all the way. You zoom out with page up and page down. All right, page up and page down. That's the zoom in and out. But yeah, like I don't really have any special markers that I've put on mine. All right, hold on, let me. And yeah, no, there's no romance in FF11 because the players are who you're supposed to romance. You're supposed to find love with your fellow player. Yeah, I'm guessing you were maybe zoomed in too far, right? Because I think by default the map is zoomed in like this, right? Like they do like a stupidly close zoom, I think, by default. And like, yeah, you wouldn't see much with that. But I guess that's another one of those things that, yeah, like, it does kind of suck that they don't even really hint that you're able to zoom the maps out. Like, they don't even hint at it, really, right? And page up and page down, I feel like, and I guess you can confirm or not, but I feel like for the modern gamer, they don't really use page up and page down, right? Like, I can't really think of any modern games that use the page up and down keys. But in older games, page up and page down was very commonly used as the zoom in and out function. Like, I mean really commonly. Like, it was more common than plus or minus. And yeah, I mean, I hope you're having a good experience with your fellow players, which, I mean, count me as a fellow player, because I am. But, you know, so, okay, I want to give you another little anecdote, alright, of my Final Fantasy XIV experience. So, like, okay, in FF14, you know how they have, like, the new player chat, the newbie, you know, with the mentors and all that, and hey, I was a mentor. So, very frequently in the new player chat, which was specifically designed for the purpose of helping new players, I would see people come in with a question, and they would be answered with, "Why are you asking questions? Just Google it." And, like, I can't even, right? But, like, that's how people tended to act with each other in Final Fantasy XIV. It's like, why are you talking to me? I don't want to talk to you. Google, use Google. It's like, but you're a mentor. Don't make me ban you. No, like that's kind of my experience with FF14 and asking for help. It's a very different environment here. Alright, so let's see. I want to go on another supply quest. I'm in a supply mood right now. So let's see. I got Gustaberg. I want Saruta Baruta. Saruta Baruta's an important one. Alright. I guess there is just sort of there's a type of person like that, you know, that it's like, just Google it. Why are you talking to me? But yeah, I find that in a game like this, or really just any MMO, I mean, I feel like, you know, being social and asking people for help and helping other people is kind of like, you know, that's what you do, right? Oh my god, I just got destroyed by those tunnel worms. But that was intended. I wanted to get destroyed. Alright, so we're back in Selbina again. Good times. gonna swap my gear out, and then I'm gonna hop on the boat. Like, I really just want to get these teleports. I really want to get them. Unless, I mean, the thing is, I can get this teleport anytime. Like, Saruta Baruta is not going to be hard to get. It's, like, these aren't hard, it's just, I have to physically go there. But I will, like, I don't know, I will just send out another shout and see if anyone's out to... I wonder if it's Yell. I'm trying to think what the, like, you know, to... Like, is it Yell? I forget what, like... I'm not sure what the server uses exactly. I don't know, yeah, can anyone help with sub-job items? I'm not sure that's also, I'm also not sure that is the place for it, but, yeah, okay, there we go. So type Yell to review our Yell rules and agree to the terms. Oh, okay, so I have to, let me see, like, so, okay. So what are their terms? Alright, so the Yell command is a privileged subject. The rules, okay, alright. Yells are only able to be sent and read from within cities. Oh, okay. Oh, so you can only read them in cities. Huh. Okay. Alright, that's very different from the other server. So, Yell, I agree. You are now permitted to use the Yell command. Go forth and be excellent to each other. Nice, nice. Alright, well, now I know how it works. I assume that this is a town that I can yell from. So, alright. Okay, so now I put it out there. Like, every server kind of has its own rules for how it handles that sort of thing. This works, this works. I was kind of wondering why it felt like the... I guess it felt like there wasn't much chatter going on when I was out in the field, and now I know why. Oh, hey, look! I got invited to a party! Oh, thanks! Hold on. I need, the worm and skull. Look at that, man. I get help immediately. That's just, man, community. Community. So hey, if I can get my sub job, I'm all about that. Which I will put it out there, when I unlock my sub job, the first thing we're gonna do is, well, I mean, after I get my outpost teleport, you have to level up sub jobs. So, you know, if I want to be a red mage / white mage, like if I were to just suddenly change to it, I'd be a level 21 red mage, level 1 white mage. I have to actually level it up in order for it to be like an appropriate level, right? So the general courtesy here is when you get your sub job, you basically switch over to level 1 again, and you level up. You go back to the newbie zone, and you set your old job as you set your old job as the sub job for the new job, and you start all over again. But it'll be easier this time because with a sub job, you get the stat boost, like you get half the stats from that class. So you'll have more hit points, more MP, you'll be more accurate, you'll do more damage, like your stats will be better when you have a sub job. So climbing the levels will be much easier the second time around. It's a very good, clear line of character progression. Like you'll feel the power. Alright, I'm not sure, like, so here's the thing, when you employ a higher level player to help you, often they'll just kind of do the thing and get the items for you. Oh, hey, look, damselfly worm! Yeah, so they don't need me to fight, and I'd probably only slow them down. Alright. One down! So let me just check, like, who is this person that has volunteered? Oh look, another person! They're like, oh, if you still need them in 20 minutes, I can help. Oh, thanks. But, getting... There we go. Look at that, multiple people wanting to help out. Like, God, there's so many people wanting to help, I can't say yes to all of them. Alright, so the ghoul, the ghouls I have to wait for nighttime. I mean, I guess I'll, yeah, I'll just hang around. I'll just hang around and not die. But yeah, like, see, this is, oh man, this is what I love to see. Yeah, good plan. So yeah, the ghouls that you need for the magic skull, they only pop out at night, so gotta wait for nighttime and hope I get lucky. Also, I didn't check, like, what level is this guy? A level 57 thief, so he's got that good treasure hunter too. Oh look, how long you been playing? Like, I think just a few days. Came from Eden. Yeah, look, a little bit of the socialness while we're waiting, right? But this is, God, this is what So I'm gonna be honest, like, now that I've started really getting back into FF11, it has really reinvigorated me. I think for a long time, I was so down in the mud when it comes to MMOs and everything. And, you know, it's because of the social interaction. But, yeah, no, here, it's coming back to me. Oh, yeah, it's, oh, he likes it here more than Eden. Yeah, a lot more players. There's a lot of, I'm noticing a lot of players came from the Eden server, which is it's a fine private server. It's fine, but it's not ambitious. So I think a lot of the Eden players are jumping ship for Horizon. Yeah, it was this week. Like, I've been playing on Eden, but the thing about Eden is it's, again, like when I play, Eden generally has about like 200 to 400 people on it, and remember, a lot of those people are dual boxing, so there's even less real players. Like, this server is so much more, like, it's so much more populated with active players that the experience is very different. Like, people on Eden were nice too, it's just there weren't a lot of them. There weren't a lot of people, you know? So when I played on Eden, I tended to be more solitary, and I tended to not play as much. But this server is so active that I find myself really getting into it and enjoying my time a lot more. And I think that really goes to show the power of, like, just how important the that central social pillar is to a game like this. Ooh, the magic skull! Castlot. Alright. Awesome. I mean, generally, Square Enix has not, like, they know these servers are out there, and they've been around for a very long time. Like, the oldest FF11 private server, like Nasomi is one of the earlier ones. Alright. Big thanks! So yeah, Nasomi is one of the earlier servers, and they've been around since, like, I want to say the early 2010s. Not a great server, too, by the way, but, like, they've been around, right? So, like, Square Enix knows these servers are around. The thing is, Square Enix doesn't really care very much about Final Fantasy XI. They, their official stance on FF11 is that it's in maintenance mode. So they just barely maintain it, they barely keep it running, and they collect a paycheck. That's kind of their stance on Final Fantasy XI. Like, openly, that's how Square Enix feels about the retail servers of FF11. They're just collecting a paycheck from people that are still playing. So they don't really care too much about, you know, going after private servers. Like, honestly, the way Square Enix treats the players that still like their game, the way they treat them, I mean, I'm surprised anyone still plays at all. So, okay, they helped me, so farewell! I'm not sure if farewell is spelled like that, but it works. So, okay, look, I do wonder if there are any FF14 private servers, but I gotta be honest, the only FF14 private server I'd ever be interested in is one that was playing with 1.0 rules. And the reason I'd be interested in that is because 1.0 was a totally different game. And that would be a very unique experience, you know? Cito. No, the way I'd say goodbye would be viel Spaß. That's, you know, which is, I mean, literally, that's just very fun, but it works as a, like, have fun, or a goodbye and have fun. Alright, so I think Izakio over here, I believe he's the sub-job guy. Ah, so, little girl, you want to be an adventurer, do ya? Well, you got a long way to go, I reckon. And look, we're in Pirate Town, so he's a pirate now, okay? I, too, once took up arms for honor and country, but it was all in vain. I helped defend the nation, I tasted glory, but behind their smiles, people grew jealous. I lost my family, and my comrades deserted me. Soon I realized that all I did, everything I fought for, was in vain. I left the ranks for good. But of late, the beastmen rise and challenge. Again, many may lose dear friends and family to the storms of war. Well, you gotta get into it. I thought then of preventing such tragedy from happening again. Fortunately, an answer came to me. I decided to teach my survival techniques to brave youths like yourself. If you wish to learn them, you must prove your worthiness to me. I am ready, you bet, sir. Very well. First, bring me a magic skull. I shall wait here. Oh yeah, and then this is out of era. The Gilgamesh introductory letter, that is, that's something they added later so that you don't have to do this. That's some out of era nonsense. Don't worry about it. Alright, so let's trade one magic skull. Yes, this will do. I next desire a damselfly worm. Or the letter, right? Okay, so, damselfly worm. Well done! Now, for your final test. Bring me a crab apron. Then you'll gain what you desire. Alright. So crab apron, there you go. Alright, splendid. As promised, I'll now instruct you in a most precious skill. I call it a support job. Listen well to learn its secrets. Support jobs are undertaken anywhere you normally change jobs, and you must already be proficient in a job before you can declare it your support role. He's tutorializing now. Furthermore, the effective level of your support job can never exceed half that of your main job. Also, since it's merely a support job, you'll never advance through experience. I shall give an example. Let us say you have attained level 20 as a warrior, and level 10 as a white mage. You would obviously declare your main job warrior and your support job white mage. In this example, you fight as a warrior for 20 levels, and as a white mage 10 levels lower. Thus, you would be performing both jobs to their maximum potential. In contrast, if you had declared white mage your main job and warrior your support job, things would be very different. I love this tutorial. Since you would have only 10 levels of experience as a white mage, your potential as a warrior would be reduced to half that of your main job, thus 5. Not a wise decision, is it? Similarly, you wouldn't want to make your support job something you've never done before. If your support level is less than half that of your main job, your undeveloped skills would make not a difference. Remember this well. I recommend you choose a support job that covers your main job's weakness, or one that enhances its strengths. I realize there is much to remember, my pupil. Once more, no, I am ready. Very good. Now try your hand at a support job. You'll find it helpful in your journey, I'm sure. There you go. Yeah, this is one of those things that I feel like video games hadn't really figured out a good way to do this yet. But I'm sure you can think of games where they try to take themselves seriously, but they also want to give the player a tutorial. So they have the characters speaking as the characters in character. You're not playing a video game, but then they'll say stuff like, now just mouse over this and click, or push the X button on the PlayStation controller, and they're like maybe even with a voice line saying that in character. It's one of those things that I think they hadn't really figured out what they wanted to do with that yet. And that's how you get in-character things that should probably just be a pop-up in a tutorial menu, that's how FF14 would do it. They'd pop up a little box and it'd be like, okay, this is how you do it, and it's all out of character. Oh, the boat's here. I mean, I need that Saruta Baruta, right? Oh no! I missed the boat. Oh. Well, damn. I missed the boat. Well, that's unfortunate. That's mighty unfortunate. So the boat basically takes as long as it takes to get to its destination. So it takes 13 minutes to cross the ocean, right? So it takes about 13 minutes for another boat to come and pick us up. I don't know, I don't really want to wait for 13 minutes. I'd rather not. I mean, it's if we weren't on stream, I'd totally be willing to wait for it. But, I mean, we have, 13 real-life minutes. It's like when we rode the boat yesterday, right? When I rode the boat yesterday on stream, it was a 13 actual real minute boat ride. But I mean, the reason why it's like that is because there's things to do on the boat. You know, like the boat has merchants. There's really good fishing to be done on the boat. There's some enemies that might spawn in. Like there's, you know, and it is a shared experience with other players. So like, you know, there's things to do on the boat. You know. Like obviously, yes, you could just sit AFK and watch some YouTube or whatever, pull up Netflix. You could do that too. But like there are things to actually do. I feel like that's one of those things. I feel like that's really one of those things that can put off a lot of modern gamers. But you have to understand is that in a lot of old games like this, like EverQuest also has boats that, like in EverQuest, I think the boat takes like 30 minutes to cross the ocean. It's much longer than it is here. But the journey is part of the experience, you know, and you're supposed to only go on that journey if you really want to go on it, you know? Like if you don't want to take the boat, you don't gotta take the boat, but, you know, that means either you walk, or if you have the outpost unlocked, you know, like if you've already done it, then okay, you can go to the outpost. Whatever. Huh. Oh god. I don't think that would be my first choice if the meteor was coming, you know? If Sephiroth summoned the meteor and it's all heading for us, I don't think that would be my game of choice. It would be Quattro Adventure, of course. I gotta beat every game before the meteor hits. Alright, so I guess, here's a good thing we could do. I guess we could go back to, yeah, we could go back to town and, level up our sub-job. Although, I gotta be honest, right? I don't really want to continue grouping unless I have my sub-job. But also, I don't think, like I don't really want to walk back through Lethine Plateau. So honestly, even though I wasn't wanting to, I think waiting for the boat and then going on the boat ride, I think that would be the best use of my time. Because think about it, I can take the boat over to, you know, the other region, I can walk over to Saruta Baruta and get the teleport, and while I'm there, I can swing by the teleport crag and get the gate crystal for that. Like it's all kind of on the way, so it would be a really efficient use of my time. I'm gonna have to wait a little bit for the boat, but I think that's the best use of time. I mean, to be fair, I would like to check out Fallout 76, alright? I would like to check that out. I'd also like to check out Elder Scrolls Online again on stream. It's an okay game. I'd play that. Yeah, so the boat, it's gonna take 10 more minutes to get here. That's fine. That's fine. Also, nice paladin armor there. Oh look, another paladin. I think paladin is, I think it's popular on this server. Also, what is this cat person selling over here? What have they got for sale? They're selling Gugru tuna. Oh god. Oh my god. So, you know, we saw all those people fishing on the boat, right? So, all of those people fishing on the boat, they were catching Gugru tuna. And apparently you can sell that shit for thousands of gil, apparently. That's that's some good cash right there. Alright, so I guess, yeah, we're waiting for the boat. Also, Burn, you gotta pick up the crossbow and money I sent you, because it's kind of hanging in my mailbox. Like, it actually takes up space until someone picks it up. So technically, I can't send anyone else Gil until Burn takes the Gil I sent her. Ooh, someone's catching Bastor sardines, which I think the Fisherman's Guild is in Selbina. Like, one of the Fisherman's Guilds. There's multiples of them all around, but oh yeah, right. I would totally show you guys if I didn't have to leave the area. Like, if I mean, I have the Gil, I guess, but, you know, I paid money to get into the boat area. I'd have to pay money again if I left. It's like leaving the, you know, it's like leaving Disneyland, right? Don't want to pay to come back in. But, if you go to the Fisherman's Guild, it's in the big house, like, right in front of me. The Fisherman's Guild has a leaderboard of fishermen. So there is actually a leaderboard in Final Fantasy XI for fishing. And it's I forget what the time frame is, but it's probably like a weekly thing. But for every fish you catch, you get points. And you actually can win stuff if you get high on the leaderboard. It's pretty cool. It adds a little competitive edge to fishing. There's also a less competitive, there's a guild point system, and it's not just for fishing. So anybody who likes crafting in Final Fantasy XIV, the crafting in FF11 is much simpler, obviously. It's not a mini-game of sorts like it is in 14. But the actual mechanics behind crafting are very interesting. So, for all of the guilds, for the different crafters, they all have sort of a point score system, where they're, like, each week there will be certain things that you can turn in for points, and you can get real good items for that particular profession. You can trade in points for it. And these items are also sellable, so you can also make good cash on it too, if you're really good at it. I guess the thing to put it, it's kind of similar to the Crafter and Gatherer scripts from FF14, except the difference is that you can get items and like you can get items and consumables that are actually useful and that you can sell to other players. So it's actually like, it's something you can liquidate into cash and actually make a thing out of it, right? And leaderboard, if you care about that kind of thing, if you want to be competitive, right? Man, look at all these people just hanging out waiting for that boat. Gonna be 5 more minutes. Well, I guess I have time to go to the bathroom. I do kind of have to go to the bathroom. I had a nice big cup of coffee before starting the stream up. Also, not sure how much longer I'll stream. I'll probably stop when it comes dinner time, which is usually within about an hour or so. So getting the teleport might be the last thing we do. I mean, the only thing I wanted to do after I get the teleport is to go back to Sandoria and start leveling up a sub-job. And I'm thinking my sub-job's gonna be White Mage. Like, I'll totally keep playing after I stop streaming, if anyone wants to play with. But it's just, you know, I don't want to have a huge, long interruption while I'm doing dinner. It takes a while, you know? And today I kind of wanted to make a pizza. Like, we've got that good sauce, so I wanted to make a homemade pizza. And that'll take a while. It's in your Mog House, Burn, which, the Mog House is on the map in Sandoria. It's kind of the blue area that says residential area. You know, it's got an arrow pointing to it. But you just go to your Mog House, and the send and receive feature is that's where all your items will be that people are sending or receiving. It's also where you get money from the auction house too. Oh look at this, y'all going on ship. Oh look, he needs to go to the bathroom and wants to, you know, he doesn't want to miss it. Got 3 minutes. But look at this, we're just, you know, we're just socializing a little bit while waiting for the boat. I love it. Also, take a moment. So I joined a link shell, right? Take a moment to see what this fine gentleman has said. He has a very important question about Final Fantasy XI. All right, the Empedocles here, Empedocles. He's got a very important Final Fantasy XI question. All right. The deepest of shames, the deepest. All right, man. Now I'm a little paranoid. I don't want to, like, I do want to go to the bathroom. I'm pretty sure it's not going to take me like 2 minutes to go to the bathroom, but I would like to have my feet on the boat before doing that. Oh my God! Look at the husky. Look, I'm gonna guess that's a Galka. I am going to guess they are a Galka. Or a cat girl. I don't know. I don't know anything, man. Oh. I think I don't know. I don't know if I chose well in joining this link shell. Oh hey, a summoner. You can tell because they've got those green summoner boots. That's how you know it's a summoner. Oh, and the horn, right? They've got the summoner horn. Which I'm curious, so like, okay, let's see, what does the summoner horn do here? So that's the evoker's horn. Summoning magic +5 and avatar enmity -3. So it makes your avatar summon generate less aggro. Evoker's Pigashes enhances avatar evasion, lowers enmity. And the evoker pants, they increase avatar accuracy. And then they've got sort of a mishmash of other gear. The evoker's ring. Ooh, that lowers the it lowers the maintenance cost to keep your avatar out by 1. And then an astral ring. So like, this is a good example of like, it's a good example of how this game is all about the horizontal progression. Like, depending on your, you know, the type of character you're playing as, like, you might be, like, clearly they have to be at least level 71, right? I'm assuming they're max level. But, you know, like, they have a level 10 ring on because it's just a really, really good ring, right? Like, it does what they need. And yeah, then they've got, like, level 50 gear for, I'm assuming the bonuses to their avatar is why they use it. And then, oh yeah, their chest piece, it increases MP recovered while healing. Very nice, right? But yeah, that's the horizontal progression. Like, people will wear things just because, you know, it's effective for what they're going for. It's not like there's a direct upgrade. Alright, so the boats are coming in. Alright, let me on. Oh god, I kind of went on a little too early. It'll adjust in a second, but... yeah, you can see it kind of adjusting, but... I will say that, like, the boats in this game... so yeah, they're a little buggy, right? A little. But it's yeah, like if you look here, right? It's a little weird, but it's one of those things that I would assume, like I would assume it's incredibly hard to code that correctly, and that the exact code that was used is kind of lost. So, you know, private servers have to put it together as best they can. But it's functional. It works. All right, so I'm on a boat. Hold on. We're on a boat. All right. So I'm gonna take a quick minute. All right, I need to get to the bathroom. I had a whole cup of coffee, and oh, nice, Burn. You got the items, sweet. And enjoy crossbow. Also, again, I want to put this out, like, this is what I love, that even on such a mundane interaction as getting on a boat that's gonna take like 13 minutes to get to where we want to go, even for such a mundane interaction, we're having little social moments with our fellow players. That's so important. I know I might sound like a broken record, but it's like it just keeps happening that, you know, I just keep getting surprised, right? Alright, so I'm gonna take a quick minute. I'm just gonna mute my mic and gonna hop over to the bathroom. Be right back in like a minute. Alright, I'm back. Just had a quick bathroom break. Alright. I see that we're on the, I see that the boat has loaded in and we're on our way to Mara. That's good. Just to be sure, because I'm having one of those second doubt moments. Also, hey there, UL. Hold on, I'm having those weird doubts. We did get the Saruta Baruta supplies. I was kind of worried for a sec. I was kind of really worried for a sec that I somehow managed to leave town and not pick up the supplies. Alright, so let's put sneak on and, you know, let's go check out what's going on up here. What's going on topside? Oh man. So that's happening. right, so yeah, we're out on the open ocean. It's not full of fog and everything like last time. There's a sea monk over there. So hold on, what level is the sea monk? The sea monk is, oh, it's only level 25. Yeah, it's only 25. It's still tough enough that it could murder me. Like, it could totally murder the absolute hell out of me, but it wouldn't be a quick death. Man, I love the boat rides. Like, yeah, I know there's lots of monsters and everything, you know, watch out, right? But I love the boat rides, I really do. It feels very high fantasy in general, you know? Like, we're going on a right proper adventure. Alright, let me see, what... Okay, so yeah, the boat ride will take 12 minutes. It's a nice relaxing boat ride, full of horrible sea monsters. Oh. So is the sea monk looking over there? Not. I want to go back down. All right. Yeah, things are a little hectic up there, right? A little hectic. So I think we'll just stay below decks. All right. We'll stay under the decks and. What do they got here? Oh, I think there's a fishing rig that we can get on the boat that you can only get on the boat, actually. I think the sabiki rig, I think you can only get that on the boat. Oh, I could totally buy a fishing rod. And, I mean, we could try our hand at fishing, but that's 4,000 gil, and I only have 9,000, so probably not a good use of our money, right? I do like how they sell both fishing supplies, but they also sell fish, which I don't generally think that's how that kind of works. You don't generally buy fish at the place you buy your fishing rod, but it's fine, I guess. So yeah, they have a bunch of rigs here. The minnow, the sinking minnow, the sabiki rig. It's the lugworm? No, that's bait. That's bait. Well, a game that has fishing. But yeah, I don't think. So I know for a fact if I want to buy these fishing rigs, like if we go to like town and we try to buy it off the auction house, I am very certain it's going to cost a lot more money. At the same time, I don't think we're rich enough to really worry about fishing yet. Fishing is a good source of gil in FF11, but it's kind of one of those things that there is a certain capital investment required to really start it, and I don't think we're there yet. Like you want a good fishing rod that's not gonna break on you, because the fishing rods can break, and you know, breaking a really expensive rod doesn't feel good. But you also don't want a cheap rod, because then it just will break. So there is, I don't know, it's a whole thing to go into. I would like to fish on this character, but I kind of need to get my character sorted first, like get some levels on me, have the ability to make gil in some fashion, because right now I don't really have a good reliable way to make gil. But that'll come with time and levels. And no, Burn, fishing in FF11 is, it honestly is, I'd say, as complex as it is in 14. It's just, it's more, you know, instead of having a hotbar full of abilities, you play like the mini game where the fish will tug left and you gotta tug right, and you know, you gotta wear down the fish's durability. It's an interesting mini game. But the complexity is, I'd say, like it's got a similar complexity to 14, where, you know, to catch certain types of fish, you have to fish at the right place, during the right time of day, during the right day of the week, during the right weather, if the stars align, if you're in the right phase of the moon. It's a whole thing. So, yeah. But I honestly prefer the way the way that fishing works here. The only thing you gotta watch out for is you gotta watch out for breaking your fishing rod or losing your rig. So it's very easy to lose your nice rig, and there are ways around that. Like the way that you know you might break your fishing rod. Like, when you go fishing, you get a little message, and the message will say either, I don't know, I've got a good feeling about this, or it'll say, oh, I don't know if I have enough skill for this, or I've got a bad feeling about this. So yeah, when you get those messages, the one you want to watch out for is, I've got a bad feeling. If you get the bad feeling message, that means you might either lose your rig or you might snap your rod. So if you get the bad feeling, you just back out. You just hit escape and stop fishing, and that kind of saves it. But if you don't do that, then you could snap your rod, and it doesn't matter if your rod is worth 1,000 gil or if it's a legendary rod worth 100,000 gil. If you break it, you break it. It's broke. But it's easy to not break it as long as you pay attention. God, look at all the people catching that Gugru tuna. And apparently that tuna can be sold for thousands of gil. Thousands of gil. So, like, oh man, the money they're just fishing up right now. I can't wait. Oh god, I remember Dark Cloud 1. I have really fond memories of Dark Cloud 1 though. I mean, look, the thing is look, not breaking your rod is easy. If you go fishing and your character says they have a bad feeling, just back out. It's that easy to not break your rod. And not losing your rig is as easy as don't let the fish get away. Like, if you find that the fish is gonna get away, just back out of fishing, and that saves it. And it's all good, UL. It's all good. I mean, we're just sitting in a boat waiting to get to our destination. But anyway, yeah, the first Dark Cloud, I loved that game. I think I liked Dark Cloud 2 a little more though. But the thing I remember about both Dark Cloud 1 and 2 is the gameplay can get really, really, really repetitive because of the sort of random nature of it. Like, what I really liked about both games was the georama element. Like, for me, I actually enjoyed messing around with the georama in Dark Cloud 2 more than I liked playing the game. Like, that was more fun to me. But, I don't know, the actual gameplay of Dark Cloud, like, the combat's not bad, but it's the sort of incredibly repetitive nature of the levels. Like, you have to work through these dungeons that are more or less, like, they more or less look the same, and you have to go through several levels in each dungeon, and the gameplay does get very repetitive. And you have to grind. I remember having to grind, too. Oh god, the golfing minigame. I absolutely hated the golfing minigame in 2. Oh. But the Giorama. The Giorama was where it's at. Oh god, that reminds me. So here's the thing. I've only seen a very few games that have like that sort of Giorama element where, you know, through playing the RPG, you unlock pieces that you can place down in sort of a, like an almost town builder simulator kind of thing. There's another game I can think of that had a Giorama, and it was on the PlayStation 3. And I never beat the game, but I liked it. White Knight Chronicles. So there's a, like, it's actually 2 games, White Knight Chronicles 1 and then 2. I never beat the second game, but I played the first game a lot. It again had that problem of really repetitive gameplay. But yeah, I guess they are kind of a spiritual successor, kind of. But yeah, they have that sort of repetitive gameplay problem. Though what I really liked was the Giorama was really fun in that game, to make your own town. And also, I really liked that they let you make your own character. So you make your own town and you make your own character. That was cool. Like, that was really cool, especially for a PlayStation 3 game. You didn't really see that kind of thing. Unfortunately, again, the gameplay was incredibly repetitive. It was a bit of a slog trying to get through the game, and that's why I never finished it. Man, I didn't think I'd be talking about Dark Cloud 2, as I'm just sitting here waiting for the boat to get to its destination. And I'm too low level, so I don't want to get murdered going up above decks. I mean, I guess we can look at all of the good fish people are catching. Like that rusty subliger. What's a pair of rusty underwear doing in the middle of the ocean? I don't know. Yeah, I do. I feel like we need more city builder RPGs. There's a lot of strategy RPG hybrids. Like, God, what's it called? Spell something. God, I can't remember. But it's a whole franchise, right? It spells something. I can never remember because it's a little bit generic. But there's not really much in the way of RPG city builder hybrid. You know, not like, oh, you're getting units and all that, and it's for your war engine. But just no, you're just building a city. There's not a lot of that going on. One thing I can think of is Pathfinder Kingmaker. Technically, very technically, very technically, the city builder element is very downplayed in that game. But I don't know, I was having fun with it. I kind of stopped playing Kingmaker. I was enjoying it. It's just then I got distracted with Final Fantasy. Oh, Dungeon Village. Yeah, UL. I had Dungeon Village on my phone. I liked that. That was fun. But oh, Dragon Quest Builder. I have kind of wanted to play that. I have wanted to play it. It's just whenever I get the urge to look up Dragon Quest Builders, it's a lot of money, and I can't justify that. Like, I would have to catch it on a really good sale. Because otherwise it's a little rich for me. Like, for a game I don't know if I would even like. Like, I don't really know if I would enjoy it or not. Then again, I also haven't played a Dragon Quest game in a very long time. Like, the only Dragon Quest game that I've actually played to completion was the very first one on the NES. That was like one of the first RPGs I ever played as a little baby, right? And that game was a nightmare. Like that game was torture, but I loved it. I loved it as a kid. It was great. Wait, is their name Parasite? Oh, Parasite Eve. For a second I thought I read it wrong, but like, oh hey, look, there's Parasite Eve. God, the names people have. Alright, so we're in Morrow. We're back in the Wasteland. But I'm here with a purpose, alright? This time we're not just sightseeing. Alright, yeah, we're not just sightseeing. We're here to unlock the teleport in Saruta Baruta. So we're in for a little bit of an adventure here. Also, yeah, I hate that I didn't like Majesty as much as I wanted to. I really wanted to get into it, but it wasn't quite for me. I couldn't say why. Alright, so here's where we need to go. We need to go to the, not the outpost, we need to go further. We need to get into Tarangi Canyon. Let's see, I don't think there will be any enemies that'll give me a lot of trouble here. At least not ones that I can actually like, deal with. So Sneak will keep enemies that detect by sound from attacking me. I honestly don't think there are any in this zone. What we've got to worry about is the goblins. Like this is a direct mirror of Valkurm Dunes. Like, this is where Windurstians go instead of Valkurm Dunes. So, yeah, we don't have to worry about much here except for goblins, just like the Dunes. I'm less familiar with this zone, so I gotta be very careful. Ooh, Medieval Dynasty. I have, I see that game on Steam every now and then, and I'm always very curious to maybe try it. But I don't know, like it feels like people are very mixed review on it, and any gameplay I've seen, it's not bad, but it doesn't really call to me, you know. I'm not. It's something I'd have to catch again on a big sale. Oh, this goblin gambler is attacking me. Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, look, the zone exit is right there. It's right in front of us. As long as we just run for the zone exit, we should probably be okay. Like, as long as we don't stop for anything, we should be fine. So yeah, I think the plan now is just to run. Just run. And if I need to, I can, so I have my 2-hour ability, Chain Spell. So that'll allow me to instantly cast whatever spell I want. So if I really get in trouble, I can use Chain Spell and I can just cure, like I can Cure 2 spam myself, and that'll solve a lot of problems. It'll give me time, right? Like it'll allow me to get to the zone exit with, you know, without stopping, but still healing myself, if I have to do that. But I mean, we're almost there. Like we're almost there now, so should be fine. Okay, that Goblin Butcher is level 20. He's lower level than me, so even if he attacks me, like, no, he's not gonna kill me. That Goblin Gambler really wants to choke me. They already put Rasp on me. Oh, a zombie. A zombie. Okay, good. It's not going to attack me. That's good. Yeah, again, this is This is one of the new tracks that they added for this server. Like most of the sound, most of the music you're hearing, it's either completely new or it's a remix of the original soundtrack. This zone didn't have a soundtrack before, so this is one they made all new. I honestly think they're doing a really good job with like, you know, retexturing and remixing and making new audio. I think they know how to make things blend in good. You know, like I haven't encountered anything that feels like it stands out as being not Final Fantasy. They do a good job there. Yeah, it's exclusively Horizon. Like in the normal game, there's just dead air in that zone. There's no music at all. And all of the soundtracks you're hearing, like they're all either new or remastered. Like this one's definitely, this zone also has no music whatsoever normally. So this is also a new track. Okay, I kind of want to get the Crag of Mia. Like that'll let me, it'll let me get White Mage teleported here. So we're gonna take a little, take a swing to the north before we go south. I mean, if you look on YouTube, there's a couple of the soundtracks people have put on YouTube, a few of them. But I don't think many people have isolated the music yet and put up like an OST on YouTube. But there are a few. There's a few. And I guarantee, so when I was, yeah, like I said it before, when I was looking up the soundtracks and I found some on YouTube, yeah, you'll avoid the comments because you'll see a lot of Square Enix fanboys rushing into the comments to denounce this vile private server stealing from poor little Square Enix. and very loudly screaming that you should not play on this horrible non-Square Enix abomination. The funny thing to me, the really funny thing to me, is that Square Enix, like, they have declared Final Fantasy XI to be in maintenance mode. They have admitted that they're just doing the absolute bare minimum with a skeleton staff to keep people paying paying and playing, but they're not actually, like, they don't actually care. Like they've just come out and said that, and that people still want to hop on the defense force for Square Enix. I find that kind of incredible. Like, if I was playing a game, a paid subscription game, I might add, and the developers and the company running it, like, they just came out and said, yeah, we're just doing the absolute bare minimum, so you'll keep paying us money, I would not feel very inclined to continue playing, I have to admit. But Square Enix, man, Square Enix fans, they are a whole different breed. They're just built different. Oh hey, it's Postal J. I saw that guy earlier. I was actually teaming up with him earlier. So it's cool to see someone I've teamed up with before out here, out in the wild. I'll give him a wave. No, I'll give him a cheer. Whatever you're doing, keep on doing it. Alright, so I got the teleport crystal, so now let's head on down. So, okay. I'm not really sure it matters which route I take, but I need to go south, either way. And yeah, Burn, I guess it would look bad on them if there was any mainline Final Fantasy game that is just not existing anymore. I guess it would look bad. So that's why they kind of just, you know, they keep it around. But you got to admit, right? Like, imagine if tomorrow Square Enix came out and said that Final Fantasy XIV is now on maintenance mode because we're prioritizing our other better games, and you know, we're just gonna do the bare minimum so you don't unsubscribe. Would you still keep playing? Because I feel like a lot of Square Enix fans, like a lot of people that play FF14, I feel like they'd just keep on keeping on. like one of the reasons that I like these private servers for this and oh man, like the thing City of Heroes Homecoming is doing, like they're making new major updates and everything and all, like, oh, that's great. Turtle WoW, how they're just making their own expansion packs, like the way that these private servers really kind of make the game something special and take it in new directions, and you know, but while maintaining that classic feel, that's a lot of love. That is a lot of love and energy put into a game, right? And that's kind of what keeps people playing on such servers. But I don't get why people have that intense loyalty to a faceless megacorp like Square Enix. I don't get it. Look, Final Fantasy XVII is going to be a pachinko machine, alright? But, oh god. Yeah, it is kind of an interesting thing that, like, they made 2 Final Fantasy MMOs. It is sort of interesting, isn't it? I'm honestly not sure why they chose to do that, because... So here's the thing, when Final Fantasy XIV initially launched, I guess let me give you some MMO history, because all we're doing is going on a bit of a walk here, right? We got a ways to go. So when FF14 first released with 1.0, it was honestly much closer in vision to what we're playing right now. The game was a lot slower. It had much more in common in its structure and gameplay with Final Fantasy XI than it does now. It was basically just FF11, but with better graphics and some minor changes. And I think that put a lot of people off because, well, I think a lot of people weren't down for that, but also people that really liked FF11, they kind of felt like Square Enix was giving them a new plate of food and saying, here, it's your favorite food. You like it, don't you? Just throw that old plate of food in the trash. And I think that put a lot of people off. So, I mean, it was that, and it was a technical nightmare. The game was an absolute technical mess when it released. The latency was intense. The game was damn near unplayable. That certainly didn't help. But for a number of reasons, it didn't do well, and they had to shut that down. And it relaunched with a different vision. You know, it turned into something different, for better or worse. Being different enough, it attracted a different crowd. Oh, good job. The server that I'm playing on is, currently, they only have all the content up to, Chains of Promathia, which is the second expansion. The vision for this server is they eventually want to do all the expansions, but they're going to do their own version of it, kind of like Turtle WoW does, you know, like with World of Warcraft, where they make their own expansions where they remix content. That's kind of their vision. The vision here is classic Final Fantasy XI, as everyone knows and loves, but they're gonna try to expand and incorporate the later expansion content into that in a way that does not invalidate the old content. So quite a vision there, but I'm down for it. But the game as it is right now is super fun. I like it. Also, Vexus. Yeah, I would absolutely be down for like Final Fantasy XI, but with modern graphics. And again, that's kind of what 1.0 FF14 was. Kind of. They did some different things, but more or less it was that. I feel like if you know, if the game wasn't a nightmare technically, like if it didn't have as many problems as it did, I think it really could have gone somewhere and probably replaced Final Fantasy XI. But they decided that isn't what they want to do, so yeah. Alright, so here we are in East Saruta Baruta. We need to go to West Saruta Baruta. And Windurst is down there. Also, here's their Beastman. So the Windurst Beastman is the Yagudo, the Birdmen. Ooh. I haven't heard this soundtrack yet. It's the music, like, again, it's the beat is classic, but it's been remastered with like you can really hear the actual instruments. It was just like a MIDI sound before. Oh man, I feel like I could just, I don't know. I could settle down and start a little farm on these plains. That's what this music, it's the vibe it's given me. Alright, so, okay, I need to go this way. Just sort of follow the road. Oh, it's got some clopping noises. It's very whimsical. That's, the original soundtrack is whimsical too. But this one, they're really amping that up. Also, that big yellow caterpillar that I kind of walked past, those things have crawler silk, which is a very wanted crafting ingredient for cloth craft. So, good money for the low-level Windurstian. Or just anybody that wants money and is willing to tolerate playing around Windurst. Oh! I had my phone kind of propped up on something, fell down. It's good now. Also, clopping is, look, it's just horses, alright? It's just what horses do, okay? Or people dressed up as horses, it's fine. Man, I'm getting into this track. I like it. Also, as much as I as much as I dunk on Windurst, I think they have a nice looking, like, they have a nice looking region of the world, right? It's this sort of a savanna-like area. You know, got some nice little rivers and things. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. It looks neat. But yeah, I'd say, okay, if there is one type of private server I would really like to see, I would absolutely love to see some incarnation of Final Fantasy XIV in its 1.0 vision. I would love to play that, and I think a lot of people would also like to play that, just because it's become sort of this, it's become this sort of thing shrouded in mystery now for people that didn't experience it. You know, a lot of people talk about it, but we don't really have the ability to actually see it now, right? I mean, I think all you've really got is maybe some old-ass YouTube videos or something, right? And that's about it. You know, some 240p YouTube videos that were taken at the time. But outside of that, like, There's no real way to experience that game in its entirety, in its full glory. That's gone now. So, yeah, unfortunate. Yeah, I'd assume that they basically cannibalize the code. Like, I would assume that whatever they did to make 2.0, I would guess they didn't even keep a backup of 1.0. Like, I bet they didn't even back any of that up, and it's just completely lost to time now. Very unfortunate. Although I think Square Enix really just wants to forget it, and they want you to forget it too. But I do think that we're kind of seeing a resurgence in a demand for kind of looking around. In a demand for classic versions of MMOs. You know, MMOs that have been running for a very long time. Like World of Warcraft, I mean, they have like their own classic progression servers, right? And apparently that's very popular. EverQuest has had progression servers for a long time, but it's not really exactly what people want. Like in EverQuest right now on the live servers, for years they've kind of had progression servers where it starts at the vanilla game and then they add expansions over time and eventually it gets caught up to, you know, current day, right? The problem with a server like that, like, it's a cool idea, it really is. Also, I seem to be disconnecting a little bit, but the problem, okay, it's fixing. The problem with a progression server like that is that eventually you're going to be caught up to current, you know, the current build of the game. And at that point, it's, you know, what's the difference, right? A lot of people, what they like about the older version of a game, they liked how it played differently, right? And so they just want to keep that. And maybe change it some, but like, that's what they want. They don't want it to progress to the current incarnation. And I think that's why private servers like Project 1999, a lot of FF11 servers are strictly 2005, never changing it. This one, I mean, they're going for the vibe, but they are willing to change things. I think that's why it's so popular. You know, you want this, but also maybe to kind of expand on it too, right? Ooh, oh yeah, content removal. That's a whole different beast right there. So, I think the first time I ever ran into content removal, like outright removal, it'd probably be like Terra Online, as dumb as that one is. Although then again, EverQuest 2. Yeah, EverQuest 2, they did have a moment where they kind of revamped the experience. So they just outright removed a lot of the early content in the game and replaced it with different new player content. But yeah, like, removal of content is a problem. Like 14, I mean, 14, they don't necessarily remove the story content or anything. You know, there's no dungeons that have been removed. But they remove features, you know? Like, Final Fantasy XIV, even in 2.0, like, they used to have the ability to allocate your stat points. You know, like, you could allocate how much strength you wanted to have or whatever. They took that out. You used to have elemental strengths and weaknesses. They took that out. Warrior, oh god, like, a lot of the classes have just changed. Like Warrior, in the early days, Warrior could sign up with groups to either be a tank or a DPS, and the game had, like, for both healers and tanks, like you had a DPS stance and then a tank stance, or a healer stance and a DPS stance, which really gave you a lot of interesting ways to play the game. And then they took that out, so no choice for you, young man. Get back in line. So, yeah, like FF14, it has quite a content removal problem. A lot of the spells and abilities in the game, they've just removed them over time. You know, and they add things, but they're not really adding things. It's weird and hard to explain, but they've just been taking and taking and taking over time. It's another reason I don't play it right now. All right, let's see. Yeah, I'll spend this one with conquest points. Warp me. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I understand why Final Fantasy XIV plays the way it does. I really don't want to come off as just the old man shaking his stick, right? I understand why FF14 plays the way that it does. It's because they're going for a very simple, very streamlined experience that everyone can just jump into without any preparation or knowledge or ability to play video games. You know, little Jimmy can pick up the controller and play Final Fantasy XIV. Grandma, who's currently suffering dementia, can pick up the controller and play Final Fantasy XIV and progress through the game like anybody else. That's what they're going for. And that's fine. Like, that is the direction they've decided to go with, you know? It's just, for me, I kind of need this. You know, I need a complex game that really demands a lot out of me. And I want to meet those demands. I want to rise to the challenge, right? But that's not everyone. A lot of people just want to log into their MMO of choice, beat up some bad guys, be showered in coins and loot that they probably don't even know what any of it does anyway, so it doesn't matter, and feel good, and you know, and then log off and go to bed. And that's fine. Like, it's a way to play games. I mean, every now and then I want a simple game I can just play too. But when it comes to my MMO of choice, I need a little more than that. I need a little more meat on those bones, you know? Yeah, no, look, Grandma'll get better. I mean, you know, we all die eventually, then there's no more dementia. Oh, we're going dark now. Alright, so let's see, we got a bunch of very useful teleports. There's more useful teleports I would like, but I think we've got time, right? Yeah, there's 89 days left in this conquest. 89 days means 89 real-life hours, which is a couple of days. You know, that's a couple of days to get those done. So, okay. Yeah, like, look at this. Look how much Sandoria owns. So, do we have, oh man, look, we've got El Shimo too, but I can't get there yet. I think we've got Kuzats too? Yeah, but I can't get there either. So, yeah, I'm gonna try to get some more of these teleports, maybe just on my own, I'm not sure. But I don't need them right now. They're handy, but not necessary at the moment. But the important thing is now, as long as I'm playing a level 20 class, I can freely teleport between the 3 starting zones of the 3 different kingdoms. That is huge. Like, that gives me quite a lot of options for fast travel. And also, good job. I guess you weren't in for it when I said, but I honestly, I will fight on the idea that a game like FF14 is just for the 9 to 5 crowd. You know, that it's like, oh, it's just nice and casual and easy. I went into a whole thing yesterday about this, but I think of all the times that I have needed to AFK while I'm playing this game, and groups are generally okay with it. And I mean, I can just do that, right? But in FF14, no, if I need to AFK for any reason, I'm just out of the group. And if you ask me, I don't think that's very, you know, people with lives friendly. Like, okay, you could say, maybe the 9 to 5er, when he gets home, he is focused on the game now, and he just wants to play and be done. So he's never gonna have any interruptions, but I don't think that's really how that works. I don't think that's how that works, because I've been there. Like, you're still gonna have things that interrupt you, things that you need to tend to, things happen. Your cat just comes in and vomits on the floor, right? So, I don't know, to me, I don't really see the way FF14 works as being any more casual friendly. Also, hold on, let me check. Does Windurst have a single region? Yeah, they've got Kufum. Is that it? Is that all they have? Hold on. So is Kufum Island? Yeah, that's all they have. Yeah, they have one single region. I mean, it's a good region. It's right next to hold on. Yeah, it's right next to Juno, so you know, that's a decent region. But like, I want to, you know, again, put it out there that like when I play FF14, when I would do that, yeah, here's the thing, I'd be playing for, say, let's say 3 hours, right? You know, I'd play for 3 hours, and yeah, I'm not I'm not just doing one singular activity. Like in this game, I might join an EXP party and we'll just hang out killing crabs or whatever for 3 hours. So, you know, that's one activity. In FF14, you would be doing multiple dungeons. Like you'd get a lot of content in those 3 hours. But the thing is, when you commit to that content, you are really demanded to commit to it. Like when you join a 40-minute dungeon run, you are expected to be hands on the keyboard and mouse 100% of the time. And 40 minutes is actually a long time to, you know, just do one thing. But like when I'm in an EXP group in this game, you know, killing crabs or whatever, I frequently need a minute, right? Either I'm going to the bathroom or I need to make dinner, and as long as I don't take too long and I make it clear how much time I need, you know, people will let me go for like 10 or 15 minutes, right? Like I can just sit out for 10 or 15 minutes and do what I need to do and then come back. Also, the game is just generally slower, so I can often, like, I can get up and do things while I'm playing even. So it's, like, if you ask me, that's actually more casual. Like, that's much better for someone who has things that come up, right? Like, if you ask me, I think it's just a matter of perception. You know, some people, I think a lot of modern players, you would tell them, yeah, man, I had such a great time playing FF11 last night. I was killing crabs in Valkurm Dunes for 3 hours with my party, and they would look at you and their jaw would just drop to the floor, right? And they'd be like, oh god, that's no life. And then they'd log in Final Fantasy XIV and they would run daily roulettes for 4 hours, right? But it's okay, because that was multiple dungeons, right? That's fine, that's casual. I'm just saying, right? Just saying. Alright, that's my rant about that, sorry. So, I think I have a little more time, so... Alright, what I wanted to do, I have unlocked the glory that is sub-job. So, here's how we do it. So my main job, I'm gonna change over to White Mage, because I want to level up White Mage as my first sub-job. So, okay, let's check some shit out here, right? I'm a level 1 White Mage with no sub-job. I have 27 HP, 22 MP. I mean, relevant to a White Mage, I guess, is mind mostly, but my lowest stat is 5, and my highest stat is 8. Awesome. Now, let's change our sub-job to Red Mage. And now, I have 34 HP, which that's like, what, 12 more HP? So yeah, I have 34 HP, 27 MP. My lowest stat is 6, and my highest stat is 10. So when you unlock the glory of sub-job, your character is significantly stronger. Like, the difference between a character with no sub-job and with is intense. It's a huge difference. Also, so now that I'm a white mage / red mage, I have access to all of the spells that a level 1 red mage has, which is admittedly not a lot. A red mage does not have that many spells, and I don't think they have their black magic yet. I think they only have Dia, which is a white mage spell. But hey, I can use black magic now. Right? As I level up, I'll be able to use that black magic. Also, I saw, man, all the mention of Destiny. Okay, real quick. I actually did play a little bit of I think there's a second one now, but I played a bit of the first Destiny. And I thought it was okay. I didn't really get into the story. It wasn't really doing it for me. I thought it was kind of fun to play, but it's not really my kind of game. not really the type of game I find myself playing. Alright, so I changed jobs over, so now I can't wear any of my gear. So, my inventory space is getting mighty cluttered. That's something to worry about later. What I can do is I can pull out my human gloves and boots and all that good stuff. And what I can do is I can deposit all of my old shit. Things that I will not be able to use for a while. Now, some of this gear I can use as a white mage. White mage can actually use some of the slightly more armored light armors, so I won't have to rebuy everything. Like these pants, yeah, even a white mage can use them. So I got that going for me, I guess. You know, don't have to rebuy everything. Also, I think I just like mindlessly put some of my things back in. Yeah. So okay, we've got the vest, the gloves, the pants, and the boots. Alright, the Empress Band, that's our EXP ring, but that's what we want for now. So, I will have to buy a new weapon, I guess. Like, I'll need an actual weapon. But there we go, get our ring back on, so we're all geared up as a white mage. Ready to begin the journey anew. Let me just check my box real quick. I think everything I put on the auction house sold, and everything I sent has been received. Good, so that's all clear now. Alright. So yeah, man, it's so every time you want to try a different starter job, or you unlock a new advanced job, you always go back to level 1. It's a fresh start every time. But this time things will be different. This time you've you've got knowledge, right? Like the most important power of all, when you go back and start your first, leveling up a sub job, most important thing by that point in the game you should have a lot of player knowledge about the game. So you've got knowledge to use, you should have made some connections, some friends. Hey, I'm in a link shell now, right? So with the power of knowledge and friendship, I am armed to begin the journey anew. So this time it'll be easier, smoother, and you know, having a sub job that boosts my stats, that'll make it much easier. Make it much easier, much smoother. Also, God, man, all the Destiny ranting going on. It's great. Alright, so let's see. I want to... What is their name? Is that L Manor Clock or I Manor Clock? Cinder Block. Oh hey, he's got blue hair too. Hey, look at that. He's got blue hair, nice. Man, I have a feeling there's gonna be a lot of anime protagonists on this server. Alright, so I need a new weapon. Doesn't have to be... It doesn't have to be a good weapon, alright. It doesn't have to be good, but just a weapon. So I'm gonna go with the Ash Staff. Gives 2 HP, 2 MP. And only costs about 200 gil. Let me see if I can cheese that. 170. Oh, I was not able to buy it for 170. How about 191? Look, I don't want to pay the full 200. There we go. Look, it feels good, alright? It feels good to underbid and get the item. Even if you're only underbidding by like, you know, 10 gil or whatever, right? It feels like you got one up on the man. Alright. Oh, I see. Now we're Resident Evil bantering. Oh, God. Sorry, I looked up and I missed it. I missed the conversation switch. Which I've also never played Resident Evil 4, so hey, more games I need to play. Alright, let's see. Cast that signet on me. The most important part of every journey. I have not played either Burn. I have never played Resident Evil 4. I've only played... Like, I own RE 1, 2, and 3, the originals, and the remakes. I own the remakes of that. I just haven't played them yet. The only RE games I've actually played is 5 and 6. I've played 5 and 6. I really liked 5 and 6. I thought they were super fun, but I haven't played anything other than that. Oh, I've played the off-brand ones. You know, I've played RE Revelations 1 and 2. I like those. I honestly thought those were pretty fun. I mean, at some point, I guess we're gonna have a Resident Evil marathon. I guess we'll have to have an RE marathon at some point. The remakes actually look pretty good. I don't have anything against the originals, and I certainly don't have any problem with like the graphics or anything. It's just I don't know, the gameplay of the original Resident Evils, they never really popped out to me, you know? They never did anything for me. Alright, hold on real quick. I'm making a new macro book. A book for White Mage. Alright, so let's see, we'll do dia/ma dia. So I'm just making an all-new macro book for this class. Alright, copy that, put it down here, and we'll have this one be Cure. Alright, there we go. So we can Dia and Cure. I don't think I have any other spells I can use, right? Like, I'm pretty sure I don't have access to the black magic yet. Huh. Like, it's actually hard to get the, like, well, I know that, like, the original Resident Evil games, like, the first couple of them, like, they were downloadable on the PSN for the PlayStation 3. That's how I own them. I own downloaded copies of them on my PlayStation 3. Huh. Oh god, also, I really need to get around to playing Evil Within. As an aside, I really do want to play that. Just never got around to it. Alright, so here we are, in the newbie zone, again. But now, I'm stronger. I have the power of friendship and wisdom on my side. Ooh, ooh, nice! Somebody just cast Protect 3 on me. That ain't gonna last long. Oh my god, 73 defense. But it's not gonna last long, because high-level buffs on low-level players, they fade faster. Well, like, I say the power of friendship because I'm in, like, I joined some dude's link shell, so, like, when you see, like, some green text, yeah, it's a bunch of people talking in the link shell I joined, which is this game's equivalent of a guild, except you can join as many of them as you want. But I have people that can, if I need help, I can ask them for help, you know? And also, I mean, the only reason I have a sub job to level up is because a higher level player helped me to get my sub job items. So that's power of friendship right there. The real Final Fantasy is friendship. But yeah, like, I know a lot of people might think it's a hassle to have to go back and level up classes from one, like when you don't even intend to play the class as a main job, like you only want to use it as a sub job. But, like, leveling up is so much easier when, you know, you have access to things that make your character better. So, you know, you hit harder, you have more MP, you have more HP. You've got more defense, like, you know, you're much stronger than the first time you leveled up, so it really helps, you know? It makes it a lot smoother. Like, I'm pretty sure that rabbit would not have been hitting me for 0 points of damage my first time around. Pretty sure. Like, I'm getting EXP chains to solo. That's not really a thing I got to do very often before. Alright, so just bashing some rabbits. Good time. Good time. Though I will say, hey, anybody that wants to play, I mean, look, while I'm leveling up my sub job, I mean, hey, great time to play, right? If you're still in the noob zone, a great time to team up. Oh god, I got a third one, a third EXP chain. Can we go for one more? I mean, I need to find an enemy. I physically don't have an enemy to kill. Here we go, tunnel worm, you'll do. You'll do. Which, technically, that is 2 tunnel worms on top of each other. Ooh, he critical hit. Ow. Oh god, my spawn point is still in, Selbina. I might want to fix that. Like, if I die, I get sent back to Selbina. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ooh, that was close. That was dangerously close right there. Yeah, if I die, I get sent back to Selbina, and that means I'd have to like walk back to the Ronfar if I wanted to teleport back here. So yeah, let's fix that real quick. Let's fix that spawn point. All right. Which okay, you got to be careful with where you set your home point. All right. Like, you can totally set your home point to a high-level outpost where the moment you spawn in, you're just gonna get killed, right? Like, it is possible to set your spawn point to a dangerous area that if you spawn in, you might just get killed instantly. So, be very careful where you set your home point to. You know, only set your home point to an area that is safe. Or, like, if you're gonna set your home point to a dangerous area, don't change your class. You know, like, stay on a class where you can defend yourself. Something to keep in mind. Though, again, the answer. So, you might think, okay, what do I do if I get stuck in a death loop? I did the big dumb. Right? And I set my spawn point to the middle of a very hostile high-level zone, but I changed my jobs to like a level 5 job, and I didn't remember to change my point, and now I'm just dying and respawning and dying again. What do? Well, you might get lucky, like the enemies wander, so you might get lucky, and you might be able to run away. But what you do in the situation that is of your own making, admittedly, what you do is you just ask for help. Ask your fellow players to help you out. You know, say, help, I'm stuck at this outpost, I made a big mistake, I really need help, can anyone help me? And, yeah, someone will help you. Alright? Like, people in this game are good. Someone will help. It might take a little bit, but someone will have your back eventually. Oh, look, a little bard. He's got a fun hat. Oh, he did the speed song. Nice. I guess. Oh, they're in the same link shell, so I guess they're kind of helping each other out there. It's still, I know it'll never stop being a novelty to me. I just love seeing players just doing their business in the world and also helping each other. Like, it's so cool to see two or more people in the same link shell, just out in the world, kind of, you know, there's like a high-level guy helping out a low-level guy. I don't know, there's something really wholesome about that. And yeah, good job. I have a lot of PlayStation 1 classics on the PS3 PSN. I assume the PlayStation 4 and 5 also have something that... do they still do PlayStation 1 games, like on the PS5? I have no idea. How many times have they reset the Mortal Kombat universe? The last Mortal Kombat game I played was Armageddon, but I remember they've reset it a few times now, right? Oh man, Sito, you got some original PS1 discs. I assume those are basically like gold now. Huh. Oh, they don't have the things for PS5. Oh, that'd be a shame. Games preservation. It's not in the greatest state right now. Hmm. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Like for me, I am all for preserving our old ass games. You know, keep them around, keep them alive. Ensure that there's some way to acquire them, because for a lot of old games now, the only way you can really acquire them is through piracy. And I mean, for games that are just completely unsupported, like hell, The Sims 2. You know, I downloaded a bundle of all the Sims 2 games. The Sims 1 also. I just downloaded that, right? You know, off the internet. And the reason is because there's literally no way to legitimately first-hand buy a copy of any of those games. So, you know, don't feel bad about it. But there's a lot of games that well, they were released only for consoles, so there may not be a good emulation of it. But also, there's games that I guess very, very technically there might be a way to play the game, to buy it and play it legit. But it might be like on an older console that, good luck getting that, or, you know, it falls into a weird area, right? That, or the company is just aggressive about copyright, even though they don't support it anymore. That's just the worst. Oh man, these... Wow. Man, an original Silent Hill disc for 150 bucks, god. I'm sure that a lot of, I have a lot of old PlayStation 1 games. Not that many great ones, but I'd guess a lot of that probably is worth something now. And back in the U.S. with family, I just have like a storage unit with like it's just a big old box full of Super Nintendo and Nintendo games, and I think some N64 games too, some cartridges. I mean, I hope that hasn't just rotted away now, but if they're still good, yeah, there's probably some things worth something in there. But really, if I ever get around to actually collecting on those items, I'd rather just kind of have them with me. You know, I'd rather have my old NES back and just use it, right? Oh god, I forgot. I totally forgot that Silent Hill 2 and 3 were released on PC. Like, they were, huh? I always forget a lot of PS1 and PS2 games did have a PC release. I always forget about that. Also, I'm about to die. Let's hope I get lucky and don't die. Yeah, look at that. I'm living on the edge, riding the line. Riding the line to my level up. Oh, huh. I didn't know that was just, like, I knew about that extra scenario for Silent Hill 2, but I thought that was something that did see a PlayStation 2 release also. Like, I didn't think that was a PC port exclusive thing. But I also know that, at least the old ports of PS1 and PS2 games, you know, I both always forget they exist, but I remember that those old ports were generally not very well received. Like, I think back in the day, I tried to get, like, the PC version of Final Fantasy VII, I think, and I remember I just could not get it to run. like it just wouldn't run on my machine no matter what I would do. Like, and this was back in the day when it was new, right? So yeah, I remember the PC ports just not really working so good. I feel like maybe part of the problem is, like, I feel like maybe those games ran better on Japanese computers, like maybe a Japanese PC would have run that kind of stuff better, and like when they localized, maybe they did a really bad job. Like, that's all I can think of, right? But I don't know. I don't know if it's just terrible across the board for, you know, for stuff like FF7 on PC. Huh. Oh, I didn't know that. I did not know that that 4 got a PC port. I actually had no idea about that. I really liked Silent Hill 4. It's the first one I played. So, I've had a bit of a discussion with Dunna on this type of thing, but for a lot of franchises, I think I had the privilege of going in late, you know? Like with Resident Evil, the first RE game I played was 5, and I mean, all I was looking for was a fun action horror game, and it did that really good. I played the hell out of RE5. But a lot of fans that played 1, 2, 3, and 4, they really didn't like it very much. But I didn't have any preconceptions, so I just went in and had fun, right? And I think I kind of had that with Silent Hill as well. Like, my first Silent Hill game was The Room, and I really loved it. Like, I absolutely loved that game. But it was my first Silent Hill game. And so I didn't go into it with any kind of, you know, preconceptions. You know, I wasn't expecting anything but a survival horror game. And it did that. So, you know, so I just had fun. But I do still have my PlayStation 2 copy of The Room. And Silent... Oh, I have, I still have the original copies of Silent Hill 2, 3, and 4. I don't know if any of those are worth anything, but I don't really intend to sell them. Like, I just like having them in my collection. I've got I have the full case and instruction manual and everything. It still smells fresh off the print. God, it's Tommy Wiseau's Silent Hill 4, The Room. I mean, look, for how alien Henry acts in Silent Hill 4. Like, if you really look at how Henry reacts to everything around him and other humans, he might as well be a Tommy Wiseau character. What? The cord's cut. Phone? I think it would fit. I think it it would totally fit there. Oh wow, I can only assume I'm probably sitting on a whole lot more than that. Because again, I have a lot of, like, a lot of my collection's back in the US still, but I did actually bring I brought all my PlayStation 3, 2, and 1 games with me. And I didn't have a huge, I never had a huge collection or anything, but, you know, I got all the Final Fantasy games that were on the PlayStation. I got all the PS2 Final Fantasy games. I even have the collectors. I've got the collector's edition of Final Fantasy 12 in the metal box. I don't know. I wouldn't really, like, you know, unless times are real tough, I wouldn't really want to sell any of them. I like having them on my shelf and everything, and, you know, hey, I might want to actually play them sometime. My backwards compatible PS3 does in fact still work. But I mean, I guess it's neat to know that, hey, they actually are worth something, even though, I mean, it's not hard to emulate these things. You know, like it's not hard to emulate all that stuff now, but that's neat. Also, I wonder if the, I still own the original, Siren as well. Which, I mean, that game, honestly, Siren is as classic as Silent Hill. It's Silent Hill adjacent, too. I wish I owned the second one, but I feel like, because Siren wasn't really as popular, I doubt that one's worth anything. When I bought Siren for the PlayStation 2, I got it in the bargain bin. Like, it was that popular, right? Like, I think when I bought Siren, a physical copy of Siren, I think I bought it for about, like, $2. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing with Final Fantasy is that, I mean, those were just, like, those were really popular games. Like, Final Fantasy was incredible, like, it was and is incredibly popular, right? Also, oh god, hold on, I can't fight this rabbit, because my silver cat has come in meowing hard. Oh, he's meowing. He's very hungry, so, hold on, I'm gonna get him some cat food real quick. One sec. Alright, I'm back. Man, Silver always comes in just squealing for food. Huh. Oh wow, I mean Siren, hey, Siren's gone up in value then. Like Siren was so unpopular when it released. Like it was so incredibly under the radar and also unpopular that it was in the bargain bin pretty much immediately. Like it practically released in the bargain bin. Yeah, I don't know. Like if times are ever rough, I guess I do have, I do have a couple of things in my collection, but I don't know, like I've never really, like the reason I have those games to begin with is just because, I got them when they were new and I liked them a lot and I keep them. Well, I was never the type to get rid of things, like if I play a game and I really like it and I beat it and all that, like I want it in my collection if just to, at some point in time, I may want to revisit it. Or I may want to play it with someone, or, loan it out, or whatever, right? Like, it's a part of my history playing games, you know. I look at it on the shelf and it reminds me, you know, and that's why I keep them. Value never really factored in on it. The value was never a factor for me. Oh, Fatal Frame. I've never played a Fatal Frame game. I should fix that at some point. Oh man, this tunnel worm doesn't want to die. Or I guess really it's that I'm missing a lot. To level up, so let's dump that MP on healing. Man, all these, God, like all these old games that are worth way more than they should be, and it's weird. Like, I think most of us, when we buy games, like back in the day, I don't think any of us really expected that it's ever going to be worth anything, right? Like, of course, these things are going to be worthless to anyone else. Oh no, what's this, Sito? Ghost babies. Oh yeah, ding. What spells do I have access to now? I've got Cure, Dia, and Paralyze. I guess I'll slot Paralyze on my bar, right? Slot it on my bar. I mean, you know, I'll write a macro for it, right? Alright. There we go. Just catching up on chat here. I looked away for a sec to write that macro. And oh god, yeah, the everything's a speculative market. I do hate that. Like, values are just whatever. Or because it is kind of a weird thing. It's a bit of a weird thing that's arisen in the modern times that, like people will buy things, like they'll kind of hoard things. Not because they even want them, but because they figure, oh, if I buy all these things, eventually it'll be worth more and I can flip it. But I think, like, you know, if the only value in something is that you hope to eventually sell it to some other sucker for more money, then really it has no value at all, right? Like, I think the reason why a lot of people want some of these things, like games, is because they want to play the game. They actually want the thing itself, right? But I think with games, that's, I mean, you know, if you want to experience a video game, I mean, pretty much every type of video game that you can still play, there's pirated versions, there's emulation, there's, you know, there's abandonware, there's all kinds of workarounds to that problem, right? That don't require spending any money. So I feel like it's just, okay, I want to physically have the, you know, the disc in a box with, you know, with the cover on it, on a shelf, right? But even that, I mean, you know, you can just get like a blank DVD case and, you know, print out your own cover, right? Like, just print out the cover, and then put a blank disc in there, and, you know, I mean, it's basically, you know, if all you want is to look at it on your shelf, right? I mean, that, honestly, that works, so. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not a I am not a speedrun guy. It's not my thing, but I can understand wanting to like play on original hardware because of, I don't know, there's some quirks with that, right? Or having to play on an emulator, but yeah, I get that, right? Even though it's not my scene. Oh god, also, yeah, Sito the Beanie Baby thing. I had a few. I only had the ones you got like from McDonald's. You know, they just handing those things out. Yeah, speedrunning, I mean, for me, like, speedrunning is just not something I'm at all interested in. And that's not to say I'm not interested in playing a hard game, or doing it fast, or whatever, you know, or getting a high score. You know, I like seeing, you know, if I can beat Quattro Adventure, right? That's fun. You know, I'm down for that every now and then, but I wouldn't call that speedrunning, and it's not. Like, I just generally don't play games that way. It's not my thing, you know? I'd say I take the approach of slow walking, alright? I don't speedrun games, I slow walk them. That's why I'm playing Final Fantasy XI right now. You know, I'm playing Final Fantasy XI right now because I like to go slow. Games done real good and slow. Now, what I really wonder, I wonder, have Furbies kind of come around and become like an exotic collector's item? I wonder. Or are those still considered to be trash? Like, last I heard, people just consider Furbies to be lumps of plastic trash. But I don't know, maybe that's come around. Maybe it will come around. Maybe you should buy all the Furbies today, because they might be worth $1 million tomorrow. Maybe. Okay, they haven't come around yet. Oh, I feel like at some point, I feel like someone is gonna like try to push that Furbies are the next hottest collector's item, and people will want to get their rare Furbies, and you know, I feel like someone is going to try to convince everyone that Furbies are going to be worth thousands of dollars tomorrow, and you need to get on this now while you still can. I feel like it's gonna happen. well, hey, look, if you buy all the Furbies and you dispose of them, well, hey, you're helping to up the demand, all right? You're lowering the supply. Look, we can turn this Furby game around, all right? We can take Furby to the moon, all right? We can make it happen. Oh god, get your Furby NFT today. I feel like in my heart someone has already done that. Like, I don't know. I don't want to look it up, but I feel like it's already happened. Oh no, I'm R0ing again. Disconnecting. No, oh, we're good. The server's been mostly good today. Not much in the way of disconnection. Oh god, Cabbage Patch Kids and the Garbage Pail Kids. Okay, I'm gonna give a hot take here. Alright, gonna really drop a bomb here. I kinda like the Garbage Pail Kids movie. I honestly think it's a fun watch, alright? Like, you can really have a lot of fun watching the Garbage Pail Kids. Also, I used to have a bunch of Pogs. I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and I'm just gonna guess that Pogs are completely worthless, right? Yeah, I used to have like you know how you'd keep Pogs in a, like the traditional way to store Pogs was in like these plastic, like long plastic tubes. You know, you'd kind of stack them like Pringles. I used to have a couple of tubes full of Pogs back in the day. I don't really get it. Like literally all they were was just, they were just pictures printed on little cardboard cutouts, basically. You know, just circles of cardboard with a picture on them. And I never played Pogs. Like you were supposed to be able to play Pogs, right? Like, I know, like, the slammers and whatever, I have no idea how you were actually supposed to play with those goddamn things. Literally, none of my friends knew how to play Pogs either. Nobody knew how, right? All they knew was that Pogs were really fucking popular, and they had to collect them. That's all they knew. Also, I just scrolled up to see like all the, and goddamn Sito, look, that kind of Pog I approve of, alright? That kind of Pog, I'm 100%. Good times. Oh man, God, there were so many good 90s like fad trends. There were so many. Oh god, Pogs as a reward for like doing stuff. I remember that. I think McDonald's actually, like, you know, much like Beanie Babies, I think McDonald's, like, at some point they gave out Pogs with Happy Meals or something. Oh god, Bakugan? I think that was a little late, right? Like, Bakugan, I know what you're talking about, but I think that was another one of those fads that came a little bit too late for me. Like, I think by the time that was a thing, I was already a little too old for that. Oh god, burn. I like Magic the Gathering. I haven't played Magic the Gathering in a very long time. But I liked Magic. It was fun. I still have a lot of my cards. I brought them over with me. But yeah, I think, oh god, Pokemon cards. So, like, I was... See, here's the thing. I was almost getting a little too old for it, but I was still at the age where, like, Pokemon cards... Like, well, Pokemon was a new thing, and, you know, kids were getting into it, so, you know, even if they were a little older. Yeah, Pokemon cards were insane. Kids were going nuts over those. I think everybody knows about those, but, the funny thing is, so many kids collected Pokemon cards, but they didn't actually play the game. Like, I knew lots of kids that collected the cards, and I was one of them, but even I never actually played Pokemon. Like, I never actually played it. I only collected them, and I'm not even sure why I collected them. Like I think I just liked, I liked the Pokemon video game, right? I liked the video game a lot. Everybody liked the game on the Game Boy, the original Game Boy. We loved our Pokemon Red and Blue, and I think a lot of us just collected the cards because it was cool to have your favorite Pokemon on a physical card. I think that was it. Also, I do have some older Magic cards, but most of my Magic cards were around the time Mirrodin came out. Like, I have a lot of Mirrodin, Darksteel, and some Guild Pact cards, and a few from the edition, the edition before Mirrodin. Some Kamigawa also. But, so, they're not that old, right? But I do have a couple. I have a few very old cards. Not many, though. But I don't think I have any, 90s cards, I don't think. I might have one or two. There was a guy that, he had older cards than me, and I traded for a few of his, so... might have some. I'll have to look again sometime. Oh man, it is always kind of weird. Again, it's the old man thing, right? It's so weird to me when I can talk to a human who is old enough to speak, and they weren't around. They weren't around for the Pokemon craze, for the Pogs craze. They didn't exist back then, and it's you get a really weird feeling, right? It's a really weird feeling when you can talk to a grown adult and they didn't exist at a certain point in time that you remember. It's a really weird feeling that happens more and more as I get older. I can't even find good words to describe why it's a weird feeling, but you know what I mean, right? Yeah, oh god, yeah, it's oh, what were you doing 9/11? It's oh, you were a sperm cell. Oh. Yeah, it's a weird thing. It's kind of weird. I think it really gives a bit of an existential crisis, right? Makes you think about your own mortality too. Yeah, don't let it set in. Oh. Man, getting old. Oof. Oof. Oh no. Yeah, well, I mean, it's that thing, right? If you ask me, what's retro, and I mean, I'd say, oh, the NES, right? The Super Nintendo, even. Maybe PlayStation 1, maybe, right? But then for a lot of people, it's that's caveman technology. And when they say retro, they're talking PlayStation 2 or 3, Or even 4, for fuck's sake. Oh. Yeah, I mean, oh god, it's so weird. Again, existential crisis, right? Also, ding, again. I'm rising in the levels here, but I don't think there's any spells I need to buy. Maybe Poisona, the poison cure spell. but man, a quick advantage of leveling up Red Mage. So because I leveled up Red Mage, I already bought a ton of white and black magic spells. So if I want to go back and level up like white and black mage, I already have a lot of the spells. Like I don't have to buy those again. So, you know, that's less money you need to spend while you're leveling up. Oh my god, I had that, Sito. So, okay, let's talk Game Boy Color accessories. So, I had the one that let you print out, like, paper screenshots on receipt paper. It was, like, literally receipt paper. But, I also had the Game Boy camera, which was, like, oh my god. You know, thinking about it now, this must sound like... it must sound the way that, to me, it would sound when someone's like, oh yeah, playing marbles, playing stick and hoop, you know, playing, I don't know, get sick and die from tuberculosis. But yeah, the Game Boy camera was just it was a little cartridge you insert in the Game Boy, and it was a little camera. And it would give you the shittiest low-resolution video feed. Like, you could actually record, like, very short video, if I remember right. Like, you could see, like... But it was mostly for pictures, of course. But, like, yeah, it was just the lowest resolution black and white, you know, Game Boy pixel camera. Like an actual camera, but Game Boy. Oh man, play the fax machine. The funny thing is, fax machines are still a thing. Like fax machines, those dinosaurs are still roaming the earth. Like for businesses, they still have a use. Funny enough, those managed to outlive everything else. But yeah, the Game Boy Color printer, or not printer, but the camera, that was the novelty item that I really loved. That was a very unique accessory. And hold on, let me check the accursed burn mic real quick. One sec. Oh god, yeah. What you think was 20 years ago, what was actually... And what you really thought was... Oh god. Yup. But yeah, I mean, if you... Like, when I think of, like, accessories like the Game Boy camera, I mean, really think about it, right? Like, it was just a shitty black and white low pixel camera. That was the novelty, right? And now, every little kid is just running around with, you know, a pocket computer slash video camera that's more powerful than, you know, our gaming rigs back in the 90s slash early 2000s. You know, that's just everyone's got one in their pocket, right? Man. Oh my god, it's been 20 years since Silent Hill 3. That is... Man. Man. But you know, I'm gonna be honest. I think a lot of the reason why it can often feel like less time has passed on some of these games, I honestly don't think gaming... I mean, obviously gaming has certainly changed in terms of how it's viewed and culturally and all that. And you know, every modern game is now just a cash shop nightmare, but in terms of actual, like, technical improvement, honestly, games haven't really changed that much in 20 years, you know? And especially with indie games really, you know, exploding in popularity, and a lot of those are using like Super Nintendo graphics, let's be honest. You know, of course, more processing power behind them, there's more going on under the hood. But like honestly, games haven't really changed all that much. And in a lot of ways, AAA games, they're often less innovative than they were in the past. They may look shinier, but I mean, really, things haven't, like, it kind of feels like things have been getting more refined. You know, there's more polygons and effects and shadows and all that. But things haven't really changed all that much. Like, we haven't had many major leaps in technology and how we do things, you know? Yeah, motion controls in VR are really, and even then, I'm gonna be honest, neither of those is really new. Remember the Virtual Boy? Do you remember? So like, look, VR is not new, right? Now it's in a much more polished form, but that's not a new idea, right? Motion controls. Remember the Power Glove? Yeah, like these, like, they're more refined and they're better now, but they're not new. It just goes back to what I said, like, they're refinements, not new ideas. Like, there haven't been, like, okay, look, the leap from, say, 2D sprite graphics to 3D polygons, that was a fucking major leap in technology. That changed how we play games. But there haven't really been major leaps like that since then, honestly. Oh god, even getting sick playing the emulator. Also, I saw Vexus's thing. I'm sorry, we're getting distracted, but since no one else said anything about remakes, I used to be very anti-remake, but I'm coming around, since a lot of remakes now of video games, they're going in a good direction. Like, from what I can tell, the Dead Space remake was exactly what you want. And also, it's getting harder and harder to play the original, right? I think people are generally very happy with the Resident Evil remakes and such. Like, I think those are examples of good remakes, but I think remasters I'm a little more iffy on. Like, a lot of the Final Fantasy remasters that are, like, on Steam, a lot of them, in a way, are a step down from the original, and they don't really change or add anything. They just sort of upscale what was already there. And I mean, hey, look, technically what we're playing right now, they upscaled the textures and things. They've remastered the music, right? Like, technically, I guess you could say this is a remaster, but for most remasters, I just feel like they're not really, there's not much point to them. But remakes, there can be a point. It depends how well it's done, honestly. But, I'd say, okay, real quick, to go back to video games evolving and all that, I'd say if there's any sort of major thing that is happening, which also, I do think AI, as much of a nightmare as it can be for a lot of things in life, I do think there's a lot of good use for AI in video games, like, well, like AI voice, right? So, like, a really good way to use AI voice would be when you're making new content, like modding, right? Like what's one of the most jarring things in modding for like an Elder Scrolls game or something like that? It's when the modder creates whole new content, but there's, you know, unlike all the rest of the game that is voiced, oh, now this isn't voiced, right? Or it's really crappy, like, you know, someone with a bargain bin microphone and it sounds terrible, you know, or they're just not very good at acting, or, you know, it's very distracting, right? So, you know, hey, if you could just feed the lines that are already in the game into an AI, and you know, have it replicate the game's original voice actors and use that for mods or whatever. Hey, that would be great, right? Seamless modding support. You know, or for more immersive games that rely on procedural generation and all that. Like having an actual intelligence behind that, that could make things get very interesting. Even stuff like, say, The Sims, right? Imagine if The Sims actually had AI, and not just a lot of scripted events that, you know, events and triggers, right? Like, imagine how much more immersive that would be. So, I'd say if there's any big leap that's coming, I feel like AI is probably the big leap for games, to kind of take them to another level. But following in that idea, I think right now, like, yeah, a major difference is I think of, like, all of the games that have popped up in the vein of, say, Dwarf Fortress and things like that. You know, very simple looking games, but games where there's a whole lot going on under the hood. You know, like there's a world being simulated and all that. Again, I think AI could make games like that better, but also, even as they are now, that is kind of a, you know, kind of a new frontier for games. Or at least one that hadn't been stepped in very much. Unfortunately, that's not really where AAA gaming wants to go, I don't think. And that's why I don't really play many, like, big budget games anymore. Also, just kind of looking at my thing here. Let's see. I'm getting close to level 6. Oh man, Konami doesn't pay voice. I think not paying voice actors is a common running theme with a lot of game studios. Also, I missed a bit of chat, so I'm just kind of looking back and catching it. I might need to get like a second monitor or bring my laptop down and use that, because the little phone window is not big enough. I can't physically see enough chat. I hate it. But okay, I just kind of scrolled up and I wanted to respond to like Vexus, and I do get the idea of a kind of a remake just feeding into nostalgia and not going anywhere, and that's why I didn't like a lot of remakes in terms of movies, because that's what a lot of movie remakes tend to be. But for games, yeah, they can be that, but like a lot of the remakes of, you know, old good games that have been coming out, like the Crash Bandicoot remakes, as far as I can tell, those are amazing. I need to actually play them. I've seen some of them, but like, that's great, right? Like, I think they can be more than just feeding into nostalgia. They can both be what they were and also add on to it. Because I think for most games, even like really classic games, I think you can always point to something that maybe could have been done better, right? I mean, hell, that's literally what we're doing right now. Like, HorizonXI is literally, you know, it's emulating classic FF11, but they're making changes so that it's, you know, they're smoothing out some of those rough patches, right? And I think a remake that even just does that, just takes a look at what wasn't so great and, you know, maybe builds on that, changes it a little. I think there's value in that. Also, yeah, the pixel remasters of yeah, I'm a little slow on it, sorry, but the pixel remasters of the old FF games, I have really mixed feelings on that, mostly because I think a lot of them just don't look very good. Like, I think some of, I guess there's been a lot of remasters of the old Final Fantasy games, and some of them, I think they just don't look good. Like, I don't think they feel as authentic, right? But then I've seen other ones where it looks and feels more authentic. I don't know, again, mixed bag, I guess. But I'd say for the most part, like the pixel remakes of FF games, I think they mostly, yeah, they just serve as a serviceable port that brings the game to a new audience, and I do think there is value in that. I mean, especially if the original game can't be played except by, like, emulator anymore. But even then, I'd say, like, I don't know, let's say somebody wants to play the old Super Nintendo Final Fantasy games, right? I don't know, I honestly feel like it would be worth your time if you really want to get the authentic experience to, you know, to emulate it, right? I mean, that said, when I played Final Fantasy 1 for the first time, I played it, they released like a Final Fantasy anthology or something on the PlayStation 1 that had the first couple Final Fantasy games. Oh god, the cats are meowing. But he's had food. He's had his food, so he can meow. But yeah, I played Final Fantasy 1 and 2 and 3. I played them on the PlayStation 3, which was just emulating the PlayStation 1. Or, the PlayStation 3 emulating the PlayStation 1 anthology. So that wasn't exactly the original authentic version. God, so... I fed him! I fed him! I may need to check and see what he wants. So, give me a sec. I'll see what the Silver Cat wants. He might be up to no good, so... Alright, I'm back, but it's okay. The Silver Cat was also hungry, but the wife is hungry now, and admittedly, I'm pretty hungry too. It's about that time for dinner, actually. And I wanted to make me a good pizza. Like, I want to make me a pizza with that good sauce I made. But, alright, so I guess we'll conclude here. I'm still gonna play a little bit today. Like, I'm obviously gonna be, I'm just gonna be like, I don't know, go over to the town there and just AFK for a while. I'm just gonna be standing there AFK for a while because dinner stuff, but, I honestly, I am just in such a mood for this today. And also, today's a holiday, which, happy Ascension Day. God, Silver still wants things. But anyway, since everyone here is hungry, I'm gonna get out of here. I'll still play a little, but we're done for today. But if you want to play, hey, if you want to play, hit me up. Though I will be doing dinner stuff for a while. So, alright. See you guys. Oh, see you guys next time. Cat drama. Alright, later.